4-270-8071. River City Tree Service.
Are you looking for a simple, clean, budget-friendly, no surprises, no gimmicks remodel of your bathroom? Michael's Baths is who you call. Right now, when you call Michael's Baths at 636-775-0800, you'll get an estimate that's 30 to 50% less of everybody else, and they'll throw in a free shower door or $500 off a bath remodel. Michael's Baths, for 30-plus years, guaranteed happiness. michaelsbaths.com.
At Maryville University, we power dreams, not just degrees. For nearly 150 years, we've empowered graduates to build successful careers. At Maryville, expect a rigorous, technology-driven, mentor-inspired education in a diverse and inclusive learning environment. We help you take it to the next level, no matter what field you choose. Now is the time to turn your ambition into action and transform your dream into reality. Start your journey at maryville.edu.
Wake up, it's a brand new day.
Getting your weekday started the St. Louis way. It's the McGraw Show.
It's Carl the Intern. Wednesday on the McGraw Show, Rabbit Rabbit's the 1st of October. Also, Randy Carricker will tell us about Heim Bloom's first press conference.
McGraw Millhaven, Rose Dalton, and Carl the Intern. Weekday morning, 6 to 10.
Right here on your hometown station, the Big 550, KTRS. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550, KTRS.
It is 3:30 on this Tuesday afternoon. Captain Paul, how are the roads?
Roads are looking good right now as the afternoon rush begins. Taking a look at some drive times, it's an 11-minute ride from 270 and Olive down to 44. It takes you 6 minutes to go from 64 and Vandeventer to 170, and 10 minutes from 55 and Arsenal down to 255, 270. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Sometimes truth really is stranger than fiction, as is the story of a man who lived in a Toys R Us for a month or two. It's now the plot of a new movie, Roofman. But Zach Dennis, a reporter with the Charlotte Observer, is joining us with what really happened. Thanks for making time for us.
Yeah, thanks y'all for having me.
So this guy originally escaped a prison, right?
He escaped the prison, yes.
And then how did he end up in the Toys R Us?
He escaped the prison. He was, on the lam. He was trying to find somewhere to hide, and he ended up in Charlotte and saw a Toys R Us store and was like, this is going to be the spot, and made like a makeshift hole in the wall and lived there in the store for a couple months without anybody knowing.
When did you first get on the story, and what was your early read on the situation?
I first got in on the story as the movie was announced. They filmed it here in Charlotte, and so they kind of brought up that history again. It was something that I've only been here a few years, so I wasn't familiar with the original story itself. And as I learned more about it, looking through the movie lens, there's not too much that they had to beef up for a Hollywood movie. A lot of the stuff that you see in the movie is stuff that the guy actually did. A lot of the Toys R Us, the getting a girlfriend outside of the building, going to church, all of this stuff, like this was stuff that actually happened.
So he was robbing McDonald's. He got a girlfriend. He went to church. Walk us through this very, I would say, convoluted story, but it's all true.
It's all true. He's originally from California. He made his way to North Carolina. He was a U.S. Army Ranger, and he was not having much luck for a job, and began to rob these. It was McDonald's, Burger King's, just fast food joints around the Charlotte region. And the reason he's called the Roofman is he would break a hole in the roof and wait for the morning shift or the evening shift to show up, and would hold them at gunpoint. A lot of times he'd put people in the freezer, and then he would steal the money and leave. But he got this reputation as not being a mean person holding you up by gunpoint, but it was very polite. He would say, "I'm sorry. Y'all are the good guys. I'm the bad guy. I'm really sorry about doing this."
And one of the times, is it true that when he put the workers in the freezer, one of the managers didn't have a coat and he gave him his own coat?
He pulled a coat out, yes, to make sure they were all taken care of.
So what originally put him in prison? The robberies? That's why he went to prison?
He was originally in prison for the rooftop robberies at the McDonald's and other fast food places.
Got it.
He was there for a couple years, and then he broke out by he made this kind of makeshift thing under a truck. He worked in like the wood shop and stuff like that. And he made this thing that fit under the truck, and he slid in there. And so when this truck left the jail, he was under it as well.
So, Zach, what initially led to his arrest, and who discovered him in the Toys R Us?
Well, he was living this life, in the Toys R Us here in Charlotte. He was, going to a church. He had this girlfriend. Everything was going fine. And then he decided to rob the Toys R Us. And so when he robbed the Toys R Us,
his own home.
Exactly. and it started to the police started to catch on. People at the store were like, yeah, this weird stuff's been happening. These peanut M&Ms are gone. These video games are gone. Like something's, it was almost like a ghost was in the building. And police were able to kind of catch up to that. And when they went and searched the Toys R Us post-robbery, they found his hole, his little house inside the store. And actually there was a secret tunnel that led to a nearby Circuit City to just really date this case. And he was hiding in the Circuit City as well.
What? I mean, he had to be pretty smart. What did his living quarters look like?
I would say closer to a child. He had Spider-Man bedspreads. He had air mattresses, stuff like that. He had I think they found him. They had a Spider-Man 2 movie poster in there.
He decorated.
He was watching movies. Yeah, he was watching movies. He had a whole. If you were running away from home as a kid, this is the ideal.
It sounds really cozy. Channing Tatum portrays Roofman on the big screen. Kirsten Dunst plays the girl that he meets at church. Tell us about that aspect of the story.
Well, that's another. It's a true aspect. He had started this relationship with this woman. And they were dating for it's much longer in the actual movie, but in reality, it wasn't too long. And, he was very normal. She met him at church. The pastor approved. And then one day she's working and the police show up and it's like, hey, do you know this person? And he's been, he just robbed the Toys R Us. He's been robbing places around here. And it was a picture of her boyfriend.
Oh,
wow. So where is he now? Is he still behind bars?
He is. He did try to escape 2 more times unsuccessfui, but he is now in a maximum security prison in Raleigh, North Carolina, where he is serving the rest of his time. I believe he's up for parole in 2035 or 2036.
Now, what were the charges? That seems like a pretty long time for using Spider-Man blankets. Trespassing, obviously. Some theft, but it wasn't grand theft, was it? What were the charges they got him on? Do you recall?
A lot of the charges were related. He had already gotten a large, he was serving a prison sentence that he already had from the robberies at the
and he escaped.
Fast food. Yeah, and holding the people up with a gun. He was charged with a lot of that.
Yep.
He actually didn't get charged too much more for the rest of the stuff. I mean, you had armed robbery from Toys R Us and the escape from jail. And so I think all in total, it's about 35 years.
Yeah.
Didn't they say, though, that if you were in the vicinity of the Circuit City or the Toys R Us at any point while he was living there, you probably saw him and you probably said hi to him?
You probably did. He was, for somebody who was hiding out on the lam from the police, he was very out and about in the Charlotte region at that period in time.
I mean, hiding in plain sight, as they say.
So has he been given any money for the rights to his story? Has he seen the movie?
That was a question that was asked. They had a premiere of the movie here in Charlotte last week, and the director, Erik Siemers, was there, and they said, has he seen the movie? And he said, well, the last time I talked to him, he's seen the posters and the trailer and the promotional material. So he knows about that, but he has not seen the full length movie. But he enjoyed the posters and the promotional material. He finds it very entertaining.
And we here in the state of Missouri are just kicking back in our film tax credits. We want more movies to be filmed here in St. Louis and in the state of Missouri. They filmed this right there in Charlotte. Did they film it in front of the actual Toys R Us Circuit City?
Well, we learned that there are a handful of defunct Toys R Us stores still in the country, and one of them is in Pineville, North Carolina, which is about 20 minutes away from Charlotte. And so in one of the only defunct Toys R Us stores, it was brought back to life for a few months to be the Toys R Us for the Roofman movie. A lot of the locations, the church where you'll see Channing Tatum and Kirsten Dunst meet at, various locations from parks and things like that. They filmed the whole thing in Charlotte, and they used real locations. The church they go to is the actual church that Jeffrey Manchester went to.
Oh, that's going to be great for visitors to come and visit. Have you seen the movie, Zach?
I've seen it twice now. Yeah, I've been telling people it's a real crowd pleaser. I think it's an odd story. It doesn't necessarily scream like family blockbuster or anything like that, but I think it's one that it'll be a nice time at the movies. You're getting, it's fall. You're looking for some indoor activities as it gets a little colder. Roofman is going to be one that I think people will enjoy.
All right. Well, Zach, thank you so much for joining us and sharing the true story of Roofman.
Absolutely. Hope you all enjoy it.
Thank you. It is so crazy. Speaking of roofs, Roofman may be a little handy, but not nearly as handy as Dalco Home Remodeling when it comes to roofs. They're not hiding out up there. They're actually doing some work on your roofs. That's what Dalco Home Remodeling is used to doing, because they can tackle several different projects. They can do your roof, they can do siding, but then they can also custom make a beautiful front door as ornate or as plain as you want to be. They can even kind of play off whatever colors you already have going on. If you want it to be stained a certain color, maybe you want it to be a beautiful color, they can do all of that. They can even custom make some windows for you, energy saving vinyl replacement windows. So if you're looking for someone to tackle that next project or two, look no further than Dalco Home Remodeling, because for years their slogan has been, if you buy somewhere else and find out how much you could have saved at Dalco, you'll blow your stack. So don't blow your stack. Don't waste your time. Call Dalco Home Remodeling, 314-648-8113, or go online to dalcohomeremodeling.com.
And now, KTRS weather from the John Beal Roofing Weather Desk.
Well, September's swan song is going to be a toasty one, a lot closer to the records this afternoon than the normals, that's for sure. 89, my forecast high. The record is 93, set back in 1952. Looks pretty mild this evening, though. We'll drop back into the 70s by about 7:30, and then partly cloudy overnight with a low of 63. Just a few more clouds building in on Wednesday. That's the first day of October, so I'll shave a couple of degrees off, but still go way above normal. 86 for the high on Wednesday. Dry weather locked in through at least early next week. From the First Alert 4 Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Matt Chambers on the Big 550 KTRS.
John Beal Roofing is the home of the lowest price roofing guarantee. Get a free estimate today at johnbealroofing.com.
Julie Buck here for the Only Facial. If you want great skin, and I mean, who doesn't, then pop into the Only Facial and get a facial. They've got so many steps to this process, and it's one price, $125. No tipping, no upsells, no product sales, just a fabulous facial, including microderm abrasion and dermaplaning, and of course, therapeutic massage, just to name a few of the things that will happen during your facial at the Only Facial, with locations all over St. Louis. Also in Overland Park, Kansas, too. So if you're in the KC area, you'll know that you can just go to the Only Facial and get that same facial that you know and love, that you get in Frontenac, that you get in Clayton, that you get in Columbia, Missouri, Sunset Hills, all over town. Look for it. They're pink. You can't miss them, and it's fabulous. It's called The Only Facial, and you can find out more online and book now, too, at theonlyfacial.com.
Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
Yeah, they're on the med, and these medications are used, these GLP-1s, for reducing inflammation in your body. I get so many folks that are like, wow, I don't have the knee pain. I don't have the...
Because once you start losing weight, all these other things naturally happen to you in a positive way. Not just talk about the deals for KTRS listeners at STLMedWeightLoss.com.
All KTRS listeners, they get $50 to $100 off their first month. And what's beautiful about it too, hey, I get it. The economy, what we just had, guys, things are difficult right now, but we make the plan work for you. We have financing options. We make this work for you because we realize how important it is to get down in your weight, get your confidence back, and really start feeling like the old you.
Call STLMedWeightLoss.com and ask Dr. Joe. STLMedWeightLoss.com.
Your biggest choice in home restoration is who do you trust with your home, your most valued asset. Few can match Banner Construction's experience and dedication to excellence. Banner is an elite preferred James Hardie contractor and Pella Windows specialist. Restoration is a one-time opportunity to have Banner's design team show you architectural options to make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call for a free consultation, 314-569-1050. And have a banner day.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Appliance Discounters has another showroom, this time on Gravois Road, right next to the little Dairy Queen that's been there for ages. This showroom is different. It's packed with name brands, GE, LG, Bosch, that are slightly dinged, one-of-a-kind, or closeout items direct from the manufacturer. They all come with the factory warranties and all the factory rebates. You want huge savings at big discounts, theappliancediscounters.com. To find the one nearest you, including the one on Gravois Road in Afton, theappliancediscounters.com.
Mama's on the Hill is the legendary birthplace of the Toasted Rav, and Mama's is the premier family restaurant on the Hill. Make a reservation online at mamasonthehill.com.
Is it time to make a change with your bank? Hi, it's Julie Buck for Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution with 2 locations, and they've been around since 2005 with a mission to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services. Here's their website. It's triadbanking.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
We've got a theme going on today, don't we? It's also the start of fall, and here are a few safety checks that you need to do. Emergency supplies, backup power. It depends on where you live and what some of your challenges are, but if you know that that is something that, you know, could be coming our way, making sure you have batteries for your flashlight, blankets, maybe a little extra water, some non-perishable food. It doesn't hurt to just keep that stored away. Outdoor walkways and lighting. Look for cracks and uneven surfaces if you're out and about. Roofs and gutters. I know we were looking up the other day, and I feel like we just had ours cleaned, and I thought we had done something to make sure that they don't get clogged up again. But it seemed to be overflowing once again. So you got to make sure your gutters aren't loaded with debris, especially as we get a little colder and snow and ice. And then, as always, smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. Make sure that they are working. Replace the batteries or the entire units if you need to. And I'm behind on this. I really need to do it. And then if you have a working chimney, make sure that you have cleaned it out, and even your heating systems. Check them, have a professional look for things like gas leaks. If you have fireplace, Nest, other blockages in your chimney can cause a fire once you start using it. So don't just head to your fireplace and light a match.
Well, you know, my neighborhood out in Newtown is huge for Halloween.
Yes.
And everybody's got their decorations up. But
Already?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
For weeks, actually. And but there's a bylaw, with the HOA that you're not supposed to turn them on until October 1st.
You can't turn on the lights of your Halloween display?
You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to put up Halloween decorations, or I guess...
So what you're saying is it is in the rules and nobody is abiding by them.
Oh, absolutely not. Because, October's 31 days, but you want to get as much Halloween as you possibly can.
Why do we even make rules anymore?
I don't know. But some people haven't turned them on, and I feel like they're waiting until the 1st to, flip the switch.
To follow the rule.
To follow the rule. But we have been making it a nightly deal to get in the golf cart and drive around and look at the,
see what is out there.
With Finn and everything. Yeah. It's his favorite time of year. And I said, well, we got to wait until it's dark out. And my gosh, did I look at the clock, and it was 7:15.
And it's already dark.
And it's already dark. Oh, come on, man.
Well, I'll tell you, coming back from Indianapolis, don't forget, they're Eastern. And so all of a sudden the alarm goes off at, 6:45, and it's still pitch black there. And so it throws you completely off when you're talking time zones.
And I had noticed today even that got up at 7 and it wasn't bright sunshine yet. It hadn't come up over the houses across the street. I go, oh, okay.
Yeah, we're getting to those shorter days, and I am not a fan either, Josh. Let's see if we're a fan of the way traffic's moving with Captain Paul. What do you see?
Well, Heidi, no accidents, just a few slowdowns. Southbound 55 is running slow from Potomac to South Broadway. Southbound 270 is busy from Page down to 64, and westbound 64 bogs down from Kings Highway to Hampton, where it's stop and go. This traffic report is brought to you by Dents Express. Drive time can be hectic with traffic, weather, and fender benders. Dents Express can help with hassle-free dent removal, minor collision repair, and hail damage repair. Free evaluations, and they take care of the insurance paperwork. They've got 2 locations on Manchester and Baldwin and in St. Charles. DentsExpressSTL.com. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
I know I often sound like a broken record, but I am such a champion for St. Louis, and we have so many great institutions. And I was driving near my house along Shoto, and I looked up and I saw the new SSM Health Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital going up, and I just thought, this thing is going to be so state-of-the-art and so cool. Now, in the very beginning, SSM Health Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital, they knew that they wouldn't be able to keep the doors open just by what they were being reimbursed for taking care of patients. And they knew in order to sustain itself and to have all the programs that they were going to need to make sure that kids got the help that they needed, they were going to need to start a foundation. And so SSM Health Cardinal Glennon Children's Foundation was born. And through the years, it has truly made a significant impact, not just on the hospital's incredible programs and services, but on those families who entrust the care of their kids to the doctors, the nurses, the surgeons, the therapists at Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital. No kid is ever turned away, and it's kind of the opposite. They have all of these things at their fingertips to make sure they get the best care possible. You can learn more. You can read some of the success stories, meet some of the doctors and nurses online at glennon.org. Well, is this the countdown to a shutdown, government shutdown? Stephen Portnoy, ABC News national correspondent in Washington, joins us with the latest. I know when I was flipping through the news channels this morning, they weren't even talking, not even, I think, making eye contact. What's happening at this hour?
Nothing from the last hour when I was on this radio station. Look, the situation is exactly as you heard it to be and as we all knew it to be. Democrats are making demands that Republicans will not accept. Republicans accuse Democrats of trying to take the government hostage to force through what they say is more than $1 trillion in spending, although we haven't really seen a formal estimate because nothing's in writing. The bottom line is the two sides are far apart, and the government is likely to shut down for the first time in 7 years.
And remind us, if that does indeed happen, who continues to go to work and get a check and who does not?
Well, what you need to understand is that almost nobody who works for the federal government would get paid in the course of a shutdown, except for the president, vice president, members of Congress, and judges. The Constitution says that those people would continue to receive their paychecks. Everybody else would have them held in abeyance.
How convenient.
Well, the Congress changed the law in 2019 that said that furloughed workers will be made financially whole through the course of a shutdown whenever it ends. What that means is, according to the Congressional Budget Office, the taxpayers will be on the hook for $400 million every single day of a shutdown to pay federal bureaucrats who will be ordered not to work. And that will be a running tally for this shutdown starting tomorrow. And you can add it up, 400 million, 800 million, 1.2 billion, and so on, because that's what the law says. Now, something different this time around may be that the president and his administration could direct the permanent firings of untold numbers of government workers. We don't have any details on that, but that's been the threat that's been aired. Now, Democratic leaders say they see it as an empty threat. And if it happens, it would be part of a continuation of a whole pattern of firings that have been taking place all year long. And that what Democrats are doing is they're making a stand for what they call a health care crisis. Their demands include a reversal of the recent changes to Medicaid that the Republicans just hammered through on a party line basis in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And for a population of roughly 20 million Americans, Democrats want an extension of expiring tax credits that have made the Obamacare exchange plans more affordable since the pandemic. Republicans, some say that Democrats may have a point here, but they say that this is not the time to have that debate, that there's more time to deal with that issue before the tax credits expire in December. And some Republicans say they're not interested in extending the tax credits. Some say they are, depending on who you talk to. But the bottom line is Republicans say that there's no need to have this on a crisis basis right now. So that's the dynamic going into what is likely to be a shutdown at midnight.
So, Stephen, I said to Bob earlier today, the buck stops here doesn't seem to be a mantra that anyone in Washington adopts anymore. But how have we been able to avoid government shutdowns for the last 7 years? Have they worked with each other?
In part, it's because there's been unified government and just overall a sense of cooperation. You know, one thing that's different now, besides the fact that obviously we have, there is unified government on the Republican side. Democrats are making this stand by withholding their support in the Senate. It's the idea that in March of this year, Chuck Schumer got a lot of heat from his left flank. You saw liberals very angry that Chuck Schumer wasn't willing to stand up to the president and the Republicans in Congress back in March. And back then, what Schumer said he was worried about was the harm that could be done by a shutdown at that time when DOGE was up and running and looking for targets to eliminate in the federal workforce. And in the end, there were some calls for him to be ousted as the Democratic Senate leader. So now he's making a stand.
You know, it's interesting to me, Stephen, that regardless of how this thing works out, and it will, that both sides, I can already see the positioning and posturing of who to blame moving forward as they go into the midterm election cycle a year from now.
Well, in as much as people may remember a year from now.
Good point.
I mean, look, I think, memories tend to fade quickly and we move on from things.
Yep.
And I think that, that's part of the calculus, even though, as we look at the legend of shutdowns past, generally speaking, Americans have tended to, as you look at polls, have tended to blame Republicans. One thing that may be different now is that the president can argue, as he seems to be intent on doing, that it would be Democrats that brought us to this point. The House has passed. I have to say it again. The House has passed a short-term stopgap that would avoid a shutdown and continue government funding at the current levels through November 21st. Senate Democrats are withholding their support and blocking that measure because they want to make this point about health care costs. They're doing it for the $20 million on the Affordable Care Act and they're doing it for people who they say will be affected by Medicaid changes in the closing, and they fear the closing of rural hospitals and community health centers. But the Republicans insist that the Democrats have it all wrong, and that this is really, according to Republicans, about funding health care for people in the country illegally, although that's a misleading claim, too. So the bottom line is there's a lot of finger-pointing, a lot of recrimination, no deal-making.
And, Stephen, in all the years that you have covered Washington, do you think this is as close to a shutdown as we've been?
We've actually been in shutdowns before, so, I mean, arguably we've been closer.
Yeah.
But how soon we'll get out of one is hard to see.
And, Stephen, somebody on the text line just mentioned the health care for illegal immigrants. Can you squash that rumor or set the record straight on that?
I will tell you that it's not straightforward or clear-cut. It is a misleading claim, except to say that there may be some people who are here under deferred or protected by deferred action, the DACA people. Now, many Republicans would call those people in the country illegally, and yet they would possibly be entitled to government benefits, and that may be one area where it's not a fallacy. But generally speaking, the broad claim that Democrats are interested in providing health insurance to people in the country illegally is not accurate.
Oh, okay. All right, Stephen Portnoy, thank you for clearing up the very muddied waters. We appreciate it.
You bet.
Hey, it's John Carney with an invite. Not till I come to my house. That would be boring. How about a fall home tour at Innsbruck, Saturday, October 18th, noon to 4. And if you haven't been out there, this is a great opportunity to see the A-frames, to see the tree houses, the beautiful homes, the condos, and one of them could be yours. But what a great way to find out. Enjoy the lakes, the golf, and more. Out at Innsbruck, open house on Saturday the 18th, InnsbruckResort.com.
Hey, it's Julie Buck for our friends at Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution, and they've been in St. Louis for over 20 years with 2 locations, one at Clayton and Lindbergh, and the other one just west of 270 on Olive. If you've got your own business and you want to have a better banking experience, look no further than Triad Bank. Their mission is to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services to you and your business. For more, go to triadbanking.com.
Mizzou football.
The rushing touchdown, and Missouri extends the lead.
KTRS AM, FM 1061, K291CW St. Louis.
Anchor of Crime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. Congress is running against the clock to come up with a last-minute compromise on a short-term fix to avert a government shutdown at midnight. But Democrats and Republicans appear to be deeply divided in the final hours. A shutdown could impact 750,000 federal workers who would be furloughed. President Trump says there would also be permanent cuts.
Well, the Democrats want to shut it down, and so when you shut it down, you have to do layoffs. So we'd be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected.
Democrats say they are fighting to preserve Medicaid slashed under the GOP mega spending bill. Senator Mark Warner says the consequences of Medicaid cutbacks will be immediate.
They are rural hospitals. They depend on Medicaid. They depend on people being enrolled in the exchanges. People get blown off because of the premium increases, they're going to leave the system. They don't disappear. They're going to show up in the emergency room.
Democrats are also trying to preserve Affordable Care Act subsidies that are set to expire. In Virginia, Secretary Pete Hegseth outlined his vision for the military, including new physical and grooming standards.
Speaking to an auditorium full of commanders in their dress uniforms, Secretary Pete Hegseth said the era of the Department of Defense is over.
We became the woke department, but not anymore.
Hegseth announced all troops in combat roles must now meet the highest standard for men. He's instituting a new combat field test, banning beards except in the special forces, reviewing the military's rules on bullying and hazing, and ending anonymous complaints. To commanders who might disagree,
you should do the honorable thing and resign.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
And it's the end of an era. It was the original internet service back in the 90s known as America Online, and now AOL. The company announced it's pulling the plug on its dial-up, but AOL says it will keep providing email service. You're listening to ABC News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
90 degrees at 4:03 with KTRS News. I'm Steve Potter. The Missouri Future Caucus met for its first hearing this morning in St. Louis. The focus on the future of disaster mitigation, emergency response, and recovery, and how the state can assist local governments prepare and respond to natural disasters. As we hear in this report, it's become a battle between business owners and the city of Brentwood.
A legal victory has the city of Brentwood another step closer to taking control of several businesses along Manchester Road in an effort to redevelop the area. The city wants to demolish businesses and build a hotel, apartments, office space, and retail space on Manchester Road between Hanley and Brentwood Boulevard. The city is trying to use eminent domain on small businesses currently along the location, claiming the area has fallen into blight. Some Brentwood businesses sued the city over the move, but this week a judge sided with the city. The Institute of Justice, who is representing one of the businesses, vowed to appeal the ruling. Soapy Bay, KTRS News.
A 17-year-old is in juvenile custody in connection with a fatal shooting that happened September 21st inside of a North St. Louis Schnucks. Police say the shooting stemmed from an altercation between the suspect and the victim. And 3 people were injured in a drive-by shooting in Spanish Lake last night. The victims were taken to an area hospital. No word on a motive. The Missouri Attorney General's office has filed felony charges against a former St. Peter's insurance agent. The charges against Pamela Walsh follow an investigation into deceptive practices at her husband's now-closed insurance agency, J. Walsh Insurance. Attorney General Catherine Hadaway says in total, Walsh pocketed more than $160,000 from the scheme, which affected more than 100 families. U.S. Senators Josh Hawley and Dick Durbin introduced a new bipartisan bill to hold AI companies accountable for harm caused by their systems while allowing companies to continue innovating and developing beneficial AI systems. The bill was introduced yesterday during a Judiciary Subcommittee hearing. Meanwhile, a St. Louis County lawmaker is speaking out about the newly enacted Missouri House Bill 1878, House Bill 1878, an effort to tighten the state's election laws.
Senator Jill Troop of Creve Coeur says changes were made to the original proposal,
including a provision that unless the need for a photo ID is overturned, we'll have 2 weeks of no excuse absentee voting.
House Bill 1878 allows the Secretary of State to audit local election authorities when necessary, regulates voting machines, makes changes to qualifications for election officials, voter registration and change of address rules, and prohibits ballot drop boxes. Reporting from the state capitol, I'm Dean Morgan.
This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. St. Louis city officials are beginning the process of negotiating with Northside Regeneration for properties owned by Paul McKee so that they are sold or McKee could face legal action. The negotiations come as the new National Geospatial Intelligence Agency North City campus officially opened last Friday. First Alert 4 is reporting that McKee's attorney says he is not representing McKee in the negotiations, but will represent him if the matter proceeds to court. And time now for the markets, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement, Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow up 81 points at 46,397, NASDAQ up 68 at 22,660, and the S&P 500 up 27 points at 6,688. Now let's throw it to Paul for KTRS Sports and Traffic.
Steve, the Major League Baseball playoffs are underway today, and for the third straight year without the Cardinals in the postseason, it's already the 8th longest playoff drought in the sport. And Illinois football will kick off at 11 a.m. against top-ranked Ohio State Saturday, October 11th in Champaign. The Illini are coming off a 34-32 win over USC and will get Purdue this weekend on the road. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. An accident on northbound 141 at Astra Way in Arnold is blocking 2 lanes with traffic getting by on the right shoulder. It's causing a stop and go back up to Church Road. Southbound 55 is running slow from Potomac to South Broadway, and westbound 64 bogs down from Kings Highway to Hampton, where it's stop and go. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our forecast calls for sunny skies for the rest of the day, then partly cloudy tonight, an overnight low around 62, mostly sunny tomorrow with an afternoon high of 88. At 8 minutes past 4 o'clock, sunshine, 90 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Hi, it's Jill Farmer, and I'm here with Jeff Zufall, Senior Tax Strategist and Wealth Advisor at Capital Advisory Group and author of the #1 best-selling book on new tax law, Keep What's Yours. September means the end of summer. Kids are back in school. Businesses are gearing up for the holiday season ahead. But Jeff, isn't September a good time to celebrate the contributions of our employees to the success of our businesses?
That's right. Since 1976, thousands of businesses have relied upon the tax strategies provided by Capital Advisory Group to help them create benefits that attract great employees, reduce their future tax liability, and end overpaying their federal and state income taxes. If you are thinking about selling your business or perhaps planning retirement, then let us help you implement tax strategies that could reduce taxes on your savings and maximize your Social Security benefits.
Give Capital Advisory Group a call, 636-394-5524. Online at capitaladvisorygrp.com.
Mom, what do you always say? There's nothing sadder than jewelry that sits in a drawer. That's why we are proud to offer jewelry repair on site at Newssetter's Fine Jewelry. We know that your jewelry is important to you, and we take that part of our job very seriously. Visit us at Doherty Ferry in Big Bend or learn more at wowdiamonds.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Our headlines for this Tuesday afternoon, the last day of September. St. Louis-based hotel developer to enter new market in Florida. Drury Hotels, the St. Louis-based hospitality chain, is planning its first Daytona Beach, Florida location, proposing a new Drury Plaza hotel along West International Speedway Boulevard. The hotel would replace a shuttered furniture store and an ale house on just over 4.5-acre lot. The proposed 7-story hotel would feature 180 rooms, a pool, and a surface parking lot for more than 100 vehicles. Plans also include a restaurant, but specific details have not yet been revealed for that. Constructing a hotel of this scale, in case you're wondering, could cost between $42 and $70 million or more, with an estimated build time of approximately 30 months following the architecture and engineering phase. That's according to industry standards. So
30 months? That doesn't seem like it should take that long.
I know. It's so interesting, but good for them.
When I think of spring break in the 80s, I think of Daytona.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And can't you drive on the beach in Daytona? Isn't that?
You used to be able to. I don't know if you still can.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Sounds incredibly dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah, you used to be able to. And before Daytona, going back to the 60s, I think Fort Lauderdale
was the key place.
A big destination.
And what is it now? Panama City? Where do the kids go?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Fort Lauderdale. We went to Panama City, but that was in the early 2000s. The early aughts.
The early aughts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you will. Daytona. Daytona is up by Jacksonville, sort of.
Well, that way.
Yeah.
Sort of northeast
in
of
between
Orlando
and Jacksonville, and then Lauderdale is down
north of Miami.
Lauderdale,
correct.
Palm Beach, West Palm Beach. That's
I feel
all
like
kind of
every day we might have to have a new segment.
Geography.
Because yesterday you did Interstate 70.
By the way, Interstate 70.
And today you're doing Florida. So let's come up with a name for, is it just Josh's Geography?
I like that.
I like it.
Okay.
It's got a ring to it. By the way, Highway 70, one of the texters, I forgot to mention this yesterday, it goes through Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And then the southern part of the state and ends just outside of Baltimore.
Oh, okay. Further than we thought.
We thought.
We knew it went through Pennsylvania.
That's another addition of Josh's geography.
Let's go south to north. Key West, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach, West Palm Beach.
Yeah. Oh, you missed Boca Raton.
Rat Mouth.
Yeah.
Boca Raton, Rat Mouth.
Oh.
And then where is it that the Mets train? That's just
Jupiter.
No,
Port
that's
St.
the
Lucie.
Port St. Lucie.
Vero Beach.
And then up to Vero Beach. So there you go.
Cocoa Beach.
I used to know all those because of all the baseball teams training down
somebody
there.
said Fort Lauderdale for us for spring break. That was in 85.
Okay.
85.
Very good.
Cool.
In fact, Elvis did a movie, and one of the songs in it was about spring break. Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce.
Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much.
It was a little better than that. In fact, I'm
But you
challenging
got
you
the
to find
snarl.
that song before we get out of the headlines.
Okay.
I bet you can fight.
I
Fort
bet you
Lauderdale
can,
Chamber
too.
of Commerce. My kids do it. My wife and I do not. DoorDash.
Oh,
We get on them sometimes.
it
Go
it
pick
adds
up your
up.
pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So do you DoorDash?
We do a lot of Uber Eats.
Joshy?
I've done it twice in my life.
Oh, I would have thought more, wouldn't
I
you?
would have too. You know what? It's too expensive.
Do you know
the laziness versus the
And
money spending balance?
The tightness wins out here.
It could, not only is there a delivery fee, but then they charge you more at the restaurant.
That's true.
Processing fee,
Yep.
and then Uber charges. It could add $15.
It could add more than that.
In Phoenix, they have a way that might help you, Josh.
Okay.
DoorDash customers in the Phoenix metro area may have their next meal delivered to their homes, not by Dasher, but by a Dot. The delivery company on Tuesday unveiled a friendly-looking red autonomous delivery bot named Dot
Hold on.
with a D.
Hold on a minute. Let me show you a video
You've got it?
that I have from Purdue.
Oh, there he is.
There's the Dot. It's
And
like a
he's just
kid's little red
cruising.
wagon.
Yeah, but almost with a lid on it.
Yeah.
It's got the little flag. They were everywhere.
You're kidding me.
Yes.
It's real. They're real little.
They're real
This
little.
is at Purdue?
This
or
is at Purdue on campus.
Oh,
and
I bet
they
the
were
kids-
lined up. Like, I bet there were 8 of them just ready to take off.
They're oversized RC cars.
Coolers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, coolers.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Now, the folks in Phoenix, I think you've just debunked my story. Listen to this. The folks in Phoenix are calling it the first such robot. Well, maybe that's the same bot, but Purdue has it before this story came down today. They say it's more efficient and economical way of delivering orders with smaller sized goods, food orders, toiletries, etc., than putting a person in a car.
Mm-hmm.
And that does make sense. They can move up to 20 miles an hour, ensuring food deliveries arrive in a speedy manner. They call it smart and nimble, that it can navigate doorways and driveways. Now, these might be a little bit different. They stand up to 5 feet tall.
Those are little.
Those are little.
It didn't probably stand up 3 feet.
Yeah.
Maybe 2.
So maybe Dot is a little bit different. Is that a Dasher, maybe?
Maybe. I don't know, but I was certainly amazed by it.
So when they come to Newtown, Josh, tell us how that goes.
Somebody said there are a bunch of universities that use the robot to deliver, which makes sense.
The kids are going to be all over it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. I have a question about these robot deliveries in college towns. As a once belligerent, destructive college student, how are these things not going missing, ending up in sewers?
Because
there are cameras everywhere.
And we're living in a society.
Do you think that these college kids, they all use them themselves and they're like, well, I know I would be pretty cheesed if my Dot didn't show up, so I'm not going to get in the way of this Dot?
Well, why would you destroy something like that?
Or just steal the food, you're saying?
Yeah, or crack it open and take the sandwich or something?
Yeah. I would
bet
say
you
that
can't.
Most people know the difference between right and wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
I have
explain,
faith in humanity.
And I bet
Explain
there's
that
some
to college
kind of
students.
I bet there's some kind of lock on it where you have to have a code
code.
to unlock the lid of it. They're not just going to let that thing run around.
And I'm sure these dumb kids think it would be so funny to, put something in front of it or build a ramp to,
Oh, see if it'll jump stuff.
Yeah, Evel Knievel style.
Oh, now I'm into it.
Am I wrong? I thought that's what 12-year-old boys did.
Who are you
No.
looking at? Who are you talking to?
Yeah. 19-year-old boys
Yeah,
are the
let's build a
same.
ramp.
are the exact same. But there's a video online of one of these robots.
Explains a lot about me.
In L.A. There's like a crime scene, and the delivery robot has no idea what crime tape
I've seen
is,
that.
and it
can't pick it up
right through the tape and the crime scene.
And here's the best part: delivered donuts to the cops.
Oh, maybe, yeah. It drives over the white sheet and drags it with it. Oh no,
that's a good bit.
Yeah.
good
Somebody
bit.
said they have cleaning bots at Quick Grip cleaning the floors. So, it is the way of the future. And I know when we were traveling in Europe, one of the restaurants used a robot. It didn't set the food on the table, but the robot came out with the trays. So, I think we'll see more and more of that.
Where was I last year?
Hey,
we were on the road somewhere, and they had bots bringing food around.
Which is pretty cool when you see it for the first time. But here we go. We started off the show talking a little bit about AI and taking jobs and all of that. And, well, here we are again.
How about something
I'll tell you,
for the effort?
Terminators are coming.
I will say this. I don't know that there will ever be a self-driving RV, but if there is, I will look into it because, of course, Marsha doesn't drive ours, and every once in a while I'm like, oh, that'd certainly be nice if she'd get over in the driver's seat and I could, take a little nap. But we have our own jobs, and that's what you figure out when you have an RV. You guys, I got to tell you, if you've ever even thought about dipping a toe into the RV world, now is a great time because we're about to get into that fall weather where you can leave the windows of the RV open, which is what we did last weekend, and you get to hear all of nature, maybe a interstate or two, but there's just something about it, especially for us since we can't open any of our windows at the house because they're painted shut. It's so nice to open those windows and just be one with nature, have that fire pit going. That's what Byerly RV knows, that they're kind of offering you. They're offering you a way to get away from your house, but you're still taking all the amenities that you're used to. If you have that favorite blanket, sure, you can take it. If you have your coffee pot, your favorite coffee mug, all of that goes with you. And then when you open the door to your rig, you're seeing a different view. As often as you want to. It can be a lake, it can be a mountain, it can be a beach, it can just be somewhere away from home where the leaves are changing colors. Byerly RV has something for everyone. More than 30 brands of new RVs in stock. There are hundreds of RVs on the lot. You can actually rent an RV as well, but we've got camper vans, gas and diesel motorhomes, and a great selection of used inventory as well. So check out ByerlyRV.com. You can do a little shopping online, or better yet, swing by the dealership there in Eureka at 109 and 44. It is time to get out in the RV and see more of this great country we call home.
Girls on the beaches commit a sin.
Nice.
They don't show yards and yards of skin. Preceding message to you has been through the courtesy of the Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce.
I think I was pretty close.
Maybe your yen is for tennis courts. Maybe romancing is in your thoughts. Enjoy all outdoor and indoor sports through the courtesy of the Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce.
Hey Illinois, this is Ben Barnett, board certified master arborist and owner at Timberline Professional Tree Care. Sorry St. Louis, this message is for our friends in the Metro East. Did you know that most Missouri-based tree contractors can't legally travel into Illinois? This is due to federal motor carrier regulations that require large trucks and their drivers to be registered with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration in order to travel across state lines. Almost all other tree services in Missouri fail to meet the requirements for safety, drug and alcohol testing, and equipment maintenance that are required for interstate travel. Here at Timberline, we meet and exceed all of these requirements and will be glad to travel across the river to meet all of your tree care needs. Call us today at 636-479-7475 for tree fertilization, pruning, insect and disease treatment, or complete removal. Or visit our website at stltreecare.com. That's stltreecare.com for service in the Metro East area.
Hi, I'm Mike Vitale from Vitale's Bakery on a Hill.
Our family runs a bakery and a retail store started by our parents, Pete and Grace Vitale, in 1976. Vitale's Bakery makes the finest Italian bread and pastries, including our mom's legendary Giugilana seed cookies and her famous meat sauce.
And don't forget our pizza crust.
We also carry customers' favorites like lemon ice. Come taste our Italian heritage today at the corner of Bischoff and Marconi. Vitale's Bakery on a Hill, where you're not a customer, you're family.
Hey, it's John Carney with an invite. Not to come to my house, that would be boring. How about a fall home tour at Innsbruck, Saturday, October 18th, noon to 4. And if you haven't been out there, this is a great opportunity to see the A-frames, to see the tree houses, the beautiful homes, the condos, and one of them could be yours. But what a great way to find out. Enjoy the lakes, the golf, and more. Out at Innsbruck, open house on Saturday the 18th, InnsbruckResort.com.
You've seen the movies Top Gun and Top Gun Maverick. Have you always wondered what it would be like to be a Top Gun instructor or pilot? Now is your chance at the National Museum of Transportation. On October 15th at 7 p.m., Captain Kevin Proton McLaughlin, United States Navy retired former commander of Top Gun and technical advisor to the movie Top Gun Maverick, will be the featured speaker. Tickets are $30. Reserve your spot now online at tnmot.org at the National Museum of Transportation.
Health insurance can feel complicated, but Medica health plans are different. See, we're nonprofit, which means people first, not shareholders. And we're right here in St. Louis with affordable plans for local care you trust. Your doctors, your hospitals, to help you feel your best. With Medica, your health coverage can feel a bit simpler. And now, we're here for you. Medica Health Plans. You're not just covered, you're cared for.
Everybody loves good barbecue, and everybody wants to know where the next great barbecue place is. And if you're looking for an overnight sensation, it's only taken them 10 years. Three Bay Barbecue and Bakery, Woods Mill and Clayton Road. There is a gas station, West County Phillips 66 gas station. In that gas station, in the back, for 10 years, some of the best barbecue in town. Bring a friend and spread the word. Three Bay Barbecue and Bakery. Don't forget about the bakery. 3baybarbecueandbakery.com.
Despite what some of our politicians say, we all know inflation is on the rise. Hello, I'm Kathleen Cutis, and if you have ever considered a pre-planned funeral, now is the time to visit Cutis Funeral Home. Your specific prepaid funeral has a locked-in price that will never increase due to rising inflation. Take the worry off your family and have the peace of mind when making a pre-arrangement with Cutis. Cutis Funeral Home. Affordability with dignity since 1910.
Galmish & Sons have been providing quality heating and cooling services since 1950. They work exclusively with Lennox, the preferred choice of St. Louis homeowners. Call Galmish & Sons for your next Lennox HVAC installation and service. 314-993-1110.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Somebody said in the late 70s, 2 bus loads of kids from Bishop to Berg went to Daytona. What a blast. They could drink at 17. The motel we stayed at was condemned the following year.
Oh, my gosh.
I love all of these, spring break stories. Keep them coming on the KTRS text line 84126. It is 4:26. We need to get a check of traffic with Captain Paul before we talk to Erik Siemers, editor of St. Louis Business Journal.
And Heidi, the latest is an accident on westbound 64 at Prospect with traffic jammed back to Route N. There's a crash on westbound 270 at Lilac with traffic slow back to the Chain of Rocks Bridge. An accident on northbound 141 at Astra Way in Arnold is blocking 2 lanes with traffic getting through on the right shoulder. It's causing a stop and go back up to Church Road. Southbound 270 is heavy from Olive down to 64. Southbound 55 running slow from Potomac to South Broadway, and westbound 64 is busy from Kings Highway to Hampton. This traffic report is brought to you by Neighbors Credit Union. Check out the Neighbors Credit Union Debit All Day account, a checklist checking account featuring a Neighbors Visa debit card, the convenience of online and mobile banking, and access to your direct deposits up to 2 days early. Online at neighborscu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
This is the Business Journal Report with editor Erik Siemers on the Heidi Glaus Show. Powered by Capital Advisory Group. CapitalAdvisoryGRP.com.
The St. Louis Business Journal is always on top of what's going on in and around St. Louis when it comes to business. Erik Siemers, the editor, is back with some breaking news this afternoon about a new nonstop flight to Europe. Erik, what do you know about this?
Well, how do you like London? You ever been to London?
I haven't, and it's on my list.
It's on mine, too. Well, apparently, from what we're hearing, according to people familiar with the matter, that Lambert is about to get St. Louis Lambert International Airport is going to get a direct service to London on British Airways. At least that's what we're hearing is going to be announced tomorrow. There's a special unveiling event to reveal the route set for tomorrow morning, and all of the St. Louis dignitaries are going to be there to celebrate it.
When's the last time we had a direct flight to London?
It's been quite a while. We did have one. In fact, it's been so. Let me take it back a minute before around that. It has been since 2003 that St. Louis had any sort of nonstop service to Europe until, and that was when American Airlines discontinued its route to London. They did have a route to run at that point. So 2003, that was American Airlines.
Because I would have guessed TWA, but I guess that was they fell apart earlier. So are your sources telling you that this is a daily direct?
The details of it, we still don't know.
Okay.
Just that it's British Airways. It's going to be London. And, of course, this is good news because, for the airport, they have they recently got the Frankfurt flight a couple years ago from Lufthansa, and that has continued to sort of expand and grow and maintain stabilization. In fact, it received some subsidies when it first took off, but then no longer took them anymore because they didn't need the subsidies to make it a profitable route for them. So having and that was the first flight that had really broke the airport's drought of almost 20 years without any European service of note. So having a second flight to Europe, in particular to a major area like London, is certainly going to be a boon for the airport, especially at a time when we're seeing such upheaval in domestic routes with Southwest Airlines. We'd reported earlier this summer that Southwest was cutting service to 6 cities next spring that provided nonstop service from Lambert.
Yeah, this is big news. Well, speaking of planes, are the Boeing negotiations getting anywhere?
No.
I guess we know that answer.
How do you spell that in the Business Journal?
Yeah, well, it's just one of those, you just don't know. It's a tricky story, really, for us because the news we had yesterday was that another meeting with this time with 2 federal mediators fell flat. Nothing happened. Nothing came of it. It ended in what we referred to as acrimony. It was a 5.5-hour session. Boeing re-extended the offer given to the machinists back on that they had rejected on September 12th. Of course, that was met with resentment by the union. As they left the table Monday, there were no other negotiations scheduled. So that seems to be, once again, at a stalemate. But, a few weeks ago, we got a similar message from the union that the talks had gone nowhere and that it was a lot of really vitriolic kind of language. And then a day later, they came back and said they'd struck a deal. And then, of course, the machinists rejected that deal too. But nevertheless, it seems so unpredictable what's going on right now.
As the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency prepares to open, you guys and your team are tackling questions about the fate of the current home. What have you learned about that?
Yeah, it's an interesting story, too. So there's been so much buzz about the NGA and this massive $1.7 billion campus that they finally just opened the initial phases of it last week. But it's easy to forget, especially for folks like me who only moved here within the last 7 years, 8 years, to remember that they have a big campus down in Soulard, where all of these folks had been working for many years. And so the fate of that building, and it's at 2301 Cass Avenue. No, that's where the current new one is. My apologies. But the Soulard building, the fate of it at 3200 South 2nd Street, it's going to go through what they call a decommissioning process, and it will be turned over to the federal government's General Services Administration. And the GSA on average takes as much as up to 18 months to dispose of a property. And so they usually sell the properties by listing their availability on a website, setting parameters for qualified bids, all that sort of stuff. And there's usually a first right of refusal to other federal offices to make the case for wanting to move into it. And it has to clear that before it ever goes to, or we go to a public auction at that point. Although we're hearing the city of St. Louis has interest in the building. We don't exactly, we've yet to get any details from them as to what they would want to use it for, or how that would work. But if it ultimately isn't acquired by another federal agency, the GSA deems it a surplus, and that's when they put it out to the public through various processes, negotiated sales, stuff like that.
And Erik, remind me, did they outgrow that space? Was it just too old and they needed a new upgraded facility? Why did we end up building this one?
Well, this is one of those federal buildings that they've been there forever, and nothing's ever been done with it. And this is a federal spy agency. And its responsibilities are growing. The technology is changing. So it sort of stood to reason that this older building, which hasn't been updated, they actually referred to it as grossly inadequate. So, and that they would just have taken them way too long to rehabilitate it than it would be to have built a new campus.
Got it. And then I know you're also working on a story about Hotel St. Louis, and this one really grabbed my attention because Amy and Amit Gill, I mean, they've had so much success with hotels.
And this one's really no different in the sense that the hotel itself is, for the most part, a very successful property. It's just that they've kind of emerged as this kind of oasis in the middle of buildings that are kind of crumbling around it. Hotel St. Louis is directly between two of downtown's most notable vacant buildings. It's directly adjacent and practically almost attached to the chemical building. And next door to it, across the street away, is the Railway Exchange building, both of which have had problems with people coming in and out of their vagrants, so to speak, with crime, with pollution, with just general state of disrepair. And the Gills have this particular problem where if you go to a certain floor of their building and walk down the hallway and look out the window, what you see is you look down and you see a portion of the roof of the chemical building strewn in garbage. Piles of plywood, broken bricks, cabinetry, an entire couch. With moss and weeds growing up around it. And that's the view you get from certain rooms and from certain hallways on floors of Hotel St. Louis. And this has shown up in reviews of the hotel. We quote one review that was found down in Google of the hotel that says, if you're lucky enough to get a room that faces the post-apocalyptic abandoned building next door to you, you may have nightmares.
Ouch.
And Erik, I did the street view of the area, and the chemical building still has, the signs on the windows painted for the optician that used to be there, the knitting store that was there on the second floor. These had to have been gone for decades.
Yeah. There have been several attempts over the years to buy the building and redevelopment. The Gills were involved in two of them. They had a contract to buy the building at one point at first, it was under contract in 2016 with the idea to expand Hotel St. Louis into it, but that deal fell through. They had another deal to buy it, in 2019, but then the pandemic killed all of the financing for any hospitality industry sort of thing. And they've never been able to get back into it. There's another group that bought it sort of since then that had plans to turn it into a dual branded hotel, but that project has also seemed to have come to a halt. And when the Gills were prepared to buy it in 2019, they were going to pay $5 million for it. The building is currently listed for sale again at a price of $9 million.
What? How did it increase?
And it's down, and it was $12 million on the market before that when it was first listed in April. So the Gills aren't going to buy it at that price. And in addition to the chemical building being a problem and the railway exchanges issues have been numerous, there's across the street from it is a city-owned parking garage that has storefront retail that has also been vacant for years, and there just seems to be no attempt, very little effort to sort of get anything in there, according to the Gills. So they see everything around it just sort of stalling, and with no momentum and moving toward it. It's become very kind of demoralizing. I mean, they're not to the point where they regret investing downtown. They're of the belief that if you're going to invest in downtown, you do it because you believe it's the right thing to do, not that you expect to make a profit. But it is still a bit disheartening to them. I mean, they've had certain circumstances where there's a wall and a doorway that sort of connects between the two buildings, theirs and chemical building. They'd heard a voice behind one of the walls. And once they were able to discover where the door was and pry it open, they said they found a woman in there who had gotten lost.
What?
In the chemical building. So it's some really alarming stories. Yeah, there was apparently she got lost in the chemical building, ended up in a tunnel between the chemical building and Hotel St. Louis, and she was yelling for help.
That's a horror movie to be ready to be written.
Yeah.
And Eric, if the price was right, would Amy and Amit consider buying it again?
I think the way that the rhetoric in this is that it's too expensive the way it's priced now. To me, it seems to suggest it. I can't say we'd ask them directly if they would or if they wouldn't, but they've had interest in it twice before. And I remember the deal with them in 2019 was also predicated on the building being able to carry over some historic tax credits because you can buy a building for $5 million, but the redevelopment costs are still going to be in the $70 to $100 million range. Presumably, they invested $67 million to redevelop the building that became Hotel St. Louis. $65 million, excuse me. So it is not a cheap undertaking, and it's just also an area where, without in the Gills' mind, without other things going on around them, it becomes a tough place to want to invest.
Right.
They invested at the time believing that the chemical building opportunity was right there. Someone was going to turn that around, and they tried. That the railway exchange building at some point would have made movement. And at the time they were making those deals, there were buyers in there with plans to turn that building into hotels and offices and various other uses. And that at some point the retail storefronts would have found takers. Of course, you can't predict a pandemic and some of the economic struggles we've had, but they have seen sort of the opposite of their expectations take place.
Yeah, I hate that.
It is prime for renovation. It is a beautiful building. Like you said, retail is ready to go if somebody wants to move in there. But how long has it been vacant?
The chemical building itself, I don't know that to be off the top of my head. It's been a while. It's also kind of a fuzzy number to come by because there is a jeweler that was at the base of that building that was still in operation for several years past where some of the upper floors had been vacated. So I don't know that I know the exact date and time frame, but it's been quite a while.
Well, Eric, we appreciate you and your team covering all these stories. And, of course, you can read more about these stories and others online at bizjournals.com/St. Louis. We'll talk again next week, Eric. Thank you.
Talk to you then. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Jeff Zufall, Senior Tax Strategist and Wealth Advisor at Capital Advisory Group, and the author of the #1 best-selling book on taxes, Keep What's Yours. Let us show you how tax-smart investment strategies can protect your wealth. Give us a call at 636-394-5524, or you can visit us on the web at capitaladvisorygrp.com.
Keep what's yours, Saturday afternoons at 3.
And now, KTRS weather from the John Beal Roofing Weather Desk.
Well, September's swan song is going to be a toasty one, a lot closer to the records this afternoon than the normals, that's for sure. 89, my forecast high. The record is 93, set back in 1952. Looks pretty mild this evening, though. We'll drop back into the 70s by about 7:30, and then partly cloudy overnight with a low of 63. Just a few more clouds building in on Wednesday. That's the first day of October, so I'll shave a couple of degrees off, but still go way above normal. 86 for the high on Wednesday. Dry weather locked in through at least early next week. From the First Alert 4 Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Matt Chambers on the Big 550 KTRS.
John Beal Roofing is the home of the lowest price roofing guarantee. Get a free estimate today at johnbealroofing.com.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants. The cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. St. Louis winters don't mess around, and neither should you. When those freezing temps hit, the last thing you want to do is discover your furnace isn't up to the job. That's why now is the perfect time to call Premier Heating and Cooling. Their certified technicians will give your system a full checkup, making sure it's safe, efficient, and ready to keep your family warm all season long. Think of it like an oil change for your car. A little preventative care now saves you from big, expensive breakdowns later. Plus, a tuned-up system runs more efficiently, which means lower energy bills when the cold really sets in. So don't wait until you're shivering under 3 blankets. Schedule your heating inspection today with Premier Heating and Cooling. Excellent rating with the Better Business Bureau. So many of their new customers are referred by happy customers like me. PremierHeatingCooling.net, 636-916-1122.
You might know Graybar for cable and connectivity, but there's one more thing you should know us for that can help optimize your project's total value, like our comprehensive electronic solutions for security, AV, wireless, and networking, or our specialized job site services, like material staging and kitting, or maybe our logistics specialist, who can help you identify efficiencies and ensure just-in-time delivery. So consider what one more thing you may need to optimize your bottom line and get to know us for that. Yep, Graybar does that.
Andy from Hats and Stuff. The great deals continue on Cardinals, Blues, City SC, Mizzou, and so much more. Something for the entire family.
And the summer concert schedule is heating up, and we have a huge selection of cowboy hats for just $19.99.
Located at Westport Plaza, across from the Drunken Fish and the Kobe Steakhouse, or 24/7 at hatsandstuff.com and the Soulard Farmers Market on Saturdays. Hats and Stuff. Good stuff at really great prices.
Hats and Stuff. Are you or a family member needing to sell your home? Then call me, Mike Robinson with Robank Properties. I will buy your home in any condition and always as is. Call me at 314-283-0867. That's 314-283-0867. No contingencies, no inspections, just cold hard cash. I'll save you time and money. So make that call now and let me buy your house. RobankProperties.com. That's ROBANG Properties.com.
Repairing chimneys, walkways, porches, foundations, entire homes, anything to do with brick or stone, you need a tuck pointer you can trust, and that, of course, is Morelli. Morelli is a family-run business started in 1991, and they're only as good as their last customer. That's why when you check out the reviews online at MorelliTuckPointing.com, you'll notice that they're actual customers who are singing the praises of Morelli. So if you need a tuck pointer, you need Morelli. 314-645-1387 or MorelliTuckPointing.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
So we've got a lot of stories about airplanes and airport mishaps. And
Yeah.
close
Another
calls.
close call, yeah.
There's a close call out in LAX over the weekend on Sunday. An American Airlines pilot taking off had to slam on the brakes after a cargo plane crossed the runway in
But
front of it.
thankfully, air traffic control was able to communicate that to him.
But air traffic control on the video that they talked back to, they said that they were referring to Flight 619 as Flight 419. There was confusion. Here's one of the things I pulled out of this story that I thought was really interesting. No injuries or damage were reported. The American flight returned to the gate and took off for Boston 2.5 hours later.
Because they had to redo everything.
That kind of stinks.
Mm-hmm.
But the American flight, which was taxiing down the runway, getting ready to take off, was going 167 miles an hour when they had to slam on the brakes.
Mm-hmm.
When we're taxiing like that, I always feel like, is this like driving a really big car? You know? Are there brakes? You know, he's got a steering wheel, right? You know, the yoke or whatever you call it. But it rounds corners. It, you know, takes a left. It can take a right, you know. And then when you go to, you know, how do you slam on the brakes? Is there a brake pedal?
I don't know if there's a brake pedal, but there's definitely brakes.
Is there
Haven't
an
you felt them when you land?
Yeah.
Is there an emergency brake? You pull the handle up, you know?
I don't know about that. No, I think it's a little pedal you just push down and it holds.
Yeah. But 167 miles an hour. Sometimes I wonder, you know, how fast is this thing going? Well, I think I just got my answer.
That's on the ground.
That's on the ground.
How fast is it going when it finally starts going up in the air?
Probably close to 200, isn't it?
I would assume, or more.
Does it feel like how fast have you ever gone in a car? Be honest.
I've gone about 100, and I think it was about 110 at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
On a track?
Yeah.
Like
And
with
I
a
did.
professional driver?
Yeah.
I did about 29, the Richard Petty driving experience.
Neat.
That's closed course. These are.
I mean, there were 4 cars on the.
Were you driving?
I was driving.
Oh my God!
It was
See,
so
I was a
cool.
passenger.
No, it was so cool. You had to go through a little training. You had your suit on, your helmet on, and they run through everything. And you have another driver in front of you, and they're gauging how you're doing, and then they speed up or slow down.
Oh.
It was so
That's
cool.
really neat.
The corners are crazy.
Well, when I was riding and I was on the passenger side in the front, and he was over, 115, and they're inches from the wall.
Yeah. Now, I
And
didn't
he's
get
going-
that close to that like it's nothing.
And he's just, hey, yeah, how you doing? Hey, isn't this fun? And just talking.
But you have a whole new appreciation for NASCAR or IndyCar, any of those drivers, when you make, let's say, 8 laps at that kind of speed and the vibration of the entire car and the wheel and how you have to grip it. To go 500 laps,
Crazy.
It's nuts.
How long is 500 laps? Like, how long does the Daytona 500 last from, green flag to checker?
I don't know.
I don't either, but it's
Couple
hours. Yeah.
Hours.
It's all day.
Keanu Reeves was on CBS Sunday Morning.
I
Apparently-
fast forward through that story.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
He's doing Waiting for Godot with the guy from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. They're back on stage together.
How about that?
Reunited. But she went out and visited him in L.A. He's got a motorcycle company. They do custom bikes. She asked him how fast he's ever gone on a motorcycle, and he said 140?
Well.
On a motorcycle?
Yeah.
Well,
Oof. No, that makes me
It's
queasy.
been about 105 in a boat.
How can you tell? In a boat? Do they have speedometers?
Yeah.
yes, Josh.
They do?
Yeah. St. Louis and Bill Siebold and his tunnel boats and that deal.
They're so cool. And it feels even faster on the water.
Because you're kind of
Yes.
skipping along. It's wild.
It is crazy.
They don't measure them in knots, Bob?
I don't know, Josh.
Certain
I was gripping
boats.
for dear life.
And maybe even had your eyes closed because it's
Maybe.
coming at you
That's
so
true.
fast. guess we have our second Josh segment. Josh wants to know.
How fast can you go?
It's 8 minutes before 5 o'clock. Captain Paul, how fast or slow are cars moving right now on the roads?
Heidi, we have one active accident. It's a crash on westbound 270 at Lilac, causing a stop and go back up to just west of Illinois Route 3. Southbound 270 is heavy from north of Olive down to 64. Northbound 270 jammed from Manchester to 64. Southbound 55 is running slow from Potomac to South Broadway. And westbound 64 is busy from Kings Highway to Hampton. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
Worldwide Technology Raceway is the only track in America to host a NASCAR event, an IndyCar event, and an NHRA event.
Don't miss the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series and Friday night's Midnight Madness with Fall Festival and Halloween themes, including a track or treat event. Be sure to wear your best costume.
The track, under the leadership of owner Curtis Francois, continues to upgrade the race experience for fans who come from around the country. For tickets, go to WWTRaceway.com.
Congratulations to John Beal Roofing. Want to give them a shout out. They've been a sponsor of the show through thick and through thin for coming up on 20 years. And their message has remained the same all these 20 years. Make sure you call someone local. With all the storms that have been in the area over the last couple of months, it's been busy, and a lot of out-of-towners are coming in. They sure are nice, but you know what? They'll take half your money, and you never see them again. Somebody from the insurance industry told me, make sure you call local. I told them I was well-schooled. John Beal Roofing will guarantee you the best price. They'll work with your insurance company and make sure you get the claim you deserve to fix it and fix it right. Roofing, siding, gutters, all storm damage, John Beal Roofing will take care of it. Keep it local and keep it John Beal. Keep it in the family for 20-plus years. John Beal Roofing, 1-800-NEW-ROOF or johnbealroofing.com.
Don't miss Straight Talk on Retirement with Jeff and Aaron Lapidus every Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Join this dynamic father-daughter duo every Saturday morning for an entertaining and intimate understanding of the retirement needs you may soon be facing. From decades of financial planning expertise combined with a deep knowledge of healthcare benefits, Aaron and Jeff will give you the Straight Talk on Retirement every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. right here on the Big 550. KTRS. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
I'm going to have to work on pronouncing his name because it starts with the CH, but it's Heimblum.
Heimblum.
Yeah. The new president of baseball operations for the St. Louis Cardinals held a press conference earlier today. Brendan, what were the Cliff Notes versions of this?
Well, I mean, I think this is going to be a very interesting process for the Cardinals, one that is going to take some time. But I think, as Chaim talked about today, it isn't necessarily without some success along the way. This doesn't necessarily mean the Cardinals are stuck in the mud for the next 2 to 3 years, but it's a process that they're going to have to be committed to and one that they can't stray away from. And everything they do, as he said today, is going to be with the big picture in mind, which means long-term sustained success. And they're not going to deviate from that for short-term potential success.
Okay, I think the other big takeaway, he did confirm that Oli Marmol will be back. He's not going anywhere.
And I think that's the way this had been trending for a while. I think Oli did a pretty nice job this year. And even if there were concerns, I think you let this ride for another year, see where it goes. I think Oli's shown a lot of good potential, and a lot of the work on the field has been, in some regards, especially at times this year, the Cardinals outperformed maybe what the numbers said they should be doing. So you let it ride for another year, and if you're Chaim, you see where this thing stands and where this ball club is at a year from now. and Ollie's contract will be up at that point. I mean, he's got just 1 year left on the deal, so there's a lot of different ways they could go with this. This is not a long-term commitment to Ollie Marmol, but one that the Cardinals are willing to see where it goes.
Don't you think if your best guys would have been healthy all year, the records flipped? You win 84, 85,
yeah, maybe,
and you're probably in.
Yeah, maybe you're hanging around the wild card race. I don't know. Maybe if the ball club decided, and this is not Ollie's decision, the ball club decided, hey, you know what, Eric Fetty and Miles Michaelis, they're not good enough to be in this rotation. You make a change, and maybe they're in the hunt at that point. I think that's obviously something that was a factor. But I think right now it's sort of a wait-and-see approach.
But you feel like the overall vibe was a little more positive than
definitely.
maybe.
I mean, I think Chaim Bloom's going to be a pretty popular figure. He doesn't beat around the bush. I think if he's transparent and the fans believe that this thing is heading in the right direction, I think they're going to give him a chance.
All right, real quickly, we got to talk at Nafisa Collier because you said you came in and you're like, did you see her press conference? She
incredible.
Left nothing to the imagination.
I didn't see it.
Set fire to the upper management of the WNBA, the commissioner, with what's happened with the officiating, with the injuries.
She even called her out on a few things that she had said in private conversations.
Right. She talked about not getting any support from the commissioner as she's obviously battled through injury here. It's very, very interesting. Obviously, the WNBA in the middle of a pretty exciting playoff run
tonight.
Right now. But as... again, Caitlin Clark being one of those superstars not involved at the moment, and other stars that maybe haven't been getting the support from upper management that the players feel they should get. They're looking for some changes. And when somebody the stature of a Nafisa Collier comes out with those kind of words, it was a 4-minute written statement, very well read, very well spoken.
And let's
I
not
would
forget,
check it out.
She also started the Unrivaled League, so she does have a little bit of management experience. She knows what she's talking about on that side, as does her husband. So I think that gives her a little more credibility, even.
Certainly, she's able to come out and make these statements, and I think she speaks, people listen, or at least people should listen in the WNBA.
It's fun. What's coming up tonight?
Tiger Talk at 7, soccer at 8. So a little Mizzou, little soccer as St. Louis City SC, just a couple of games remaining on the year.
All right, Brendan, thanks for keeping
Thanks,
us
Heidi.
up to date.
Thanks,
We'll be
Rammer.
listening.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Government funding set to run out in just a matter of hours. The Senate now taking up a vote on dueling stopgap measures.
Top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer says in standing against the stopgap bill, his party is focused on what he calls a health care crisis, in the belief that most Americans will side with them.
And they will put tremendous heat on Republicans to solve it.
But Republicans accuse Democrats of taking the government hostage, forcing a shutdown unless their spending demands are met. The Congressional Budget Office estimates some 750,000 civilian workers could be furloughed in a shutdown, with millions more, including those in uniform, remaining on the job without pay. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Secretary Pete Hegseth telling a gathering of top military leaders today in Virginia that he's revamping policies. He outlined directives that include male physical standards, he says, required to be considered for combat.
But when it comes to any job that requires physical power to perform in combat, those physical standards must be high and gender neutral. If women can make it, excellent. If not, it is what it is. If that means no women qualify for some combat jobs, so be it.
New policies also include grooming standards. In Illinois, an ICE detention facility outside Chicago has been at the center of recent protests. Today, Broadview's mayor announcing they're conducting 3 separate criminal investigations into ICE, accusing ICE agents of endangering first responders, residents, and protesters at the ICE facility. Acting Fire Chief Matthew Martin.
Our personnel have been responding to emergency calls during protests, providing first aid and transporting people to the hospital. My men and women have been exposed to chemical agent attacks while performing their duties. The risks to our Broadview Fire Department personnel remain my daily constant worry.
Illinois' governor yesterday says the president is planning to send National Guard troops to the city to help ICE agents in their operations. You're listening to ABC News.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
90 degrees at 5:03 with KTRS News. I'm Steve Potter. The Democratic National Committee is challenging Missouri's new congressional map. The DNC announced a new petition initiative to get the Missouri First map to a statewide vote. Illinois House Speaker Chris Welch will be in the Metro East tomorrow for a tour with State Representative Katie Stewart of Southern Illinois University Edwardsville. It will highlight the role that SIUE plays in the local economy and the state's higher education system, as well as the agricultural and energy innovations that are happening at the National Corn to Ethanol Research Center. U.S. Senator Josh Hawley is calling for answers into the reasons for delays for tornado relief in Missouri.
The Republican from Missouri sent a letter to FEMA's acting administrator, David Richardson, following reports of delays in FEMA's response to the May 16th tornadoes with a focus on St. Louis. Senator Hawley's letter reads in part, quote, "As chair of the subcommittee on disaster management, I request your help in gathering relevant information. You will agree that the residents of disaster areas should receive approved federal assistance in a timely manner to ensure a swift recovery," end quote. Hawley listed specific aspects of recovery efforts he once answered, such as how many FEMA personnel were deployed to assist in recovery efforts in St. Louis, and how FEMA is working to expedite the process. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
St. Louis County Councilman Michael Archer is proposing a measure which would prohibit panhandling in certain areas, and Mayor Kara Spencer signed a bill to allow accessory dwelling units to be built in residential areas of St. Louis. It aims to increase affordable housing options and provide solutions for families affected by natural disasters. Illinois Senator Dick Durbin delivered a speech yesterday on the Senate floor highlighting what he called the health care crisis that affects residents of Illinois, Missouri, and across the country. He began by stressing the importance of Medicaid for families and how they will be impacted by the cuts in the big, beautiful bill.
In the state of Illinois, we have plenty of these rural hospitals, and if one closes, it means your pregnant wife who goes into labor now has to drive 70 miles instead of 20 for that delivery. I'd hate to have to go through that, and yet that's what's going to happen. And so the position we're taking is that that kind of cut in Medicaid is going to hurt hospitals and hurt people across America.
Durbin went on to discuss the upcoming expiration of the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credit. And Great Rivers Greenway is looking for people to work as extras in Route 66, Main Street, America, a documentary that will air next year on PBS. Filming is set for Monday at the Chain of Rocks Bridge on Riverview Drive. This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. You can place your order anytime at WKF.com. The Boeing strike in the St. Louis area continues. The International Association of Machinists said discussions yesterday did not lead to any progress despite the presence of a federal mediator. Over 3,000 Boeing employees have been on strike since August 4th, with the union stating that the company must improve its contract offer. A look at the markets now, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. At close, the Dow up 81 points at 46,397. NASDAQ up 68 at 22,660, and the S&P 500 up 27 at 6,688. Time now for KTRS Sports and Traffic, so let's go to Paul.
Steve, listeners can join Mike Kelly as he talks Mizzou football on Tiger Talk tonight. It all starts at 7 p.m. here on the Big 550. And the Major League Baseball playoffs are underway today, and for the third straight year without the Cardinals in the postseason, it's already the 8th longest playoff drought in the sport. I'm Paul Kopsky from the Royal Banks of Missouri Sports Desk, and now on to traffic. The latest is an accident on westbound 44 before Vandeventer with a stop-and-go back up to Grand. Estimated clearance time is 5:50. A crash on westbound 270 at Lilac is causing a stop-and-go back up to just west of Illinois Route 3. Southbound 270 is crowded from Olive down to 64. Northbound 270 is jammed from Manchester to 64. Southbound 55 running slow from Potomac to South Broadway. And westbound 64 is busy from Kings Highway to Hampton. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
We're looking for partly cloudy skies tonight, an overnight low of 62, mostly sunny tomorrow with an afternoon high of 88. At 8 minutes past 5 o'clock, we have sunshine, 90 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
St. Louis Union Station is adding to the family fun with 3 new rides in the outdoor wheel park. The Flying Louie is a swashbuckling pirate-themed ride that swings to 42.5 feet. The Locomotion is a train-themed roller coaster in the wheel park, and the Wave Swinger is a classic swing ride modeled after the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair. Plan your next visit to St. Louis Union Station to enjoy the new attractions with your family. For more info and tickets, go to stlouisunionstation.com.
Gingham's Homestyle Restaurant has been a staple in St. Charles for 35 years. Our comfortable, casual atmosphere offers some of the best comfort food you've ever had. Customers might know our delicious breakfast, but you can have whatever you want, anytime you want, with our full menu 24 hours a day. Nothing warms your heart like Gingham's famous vegetable soup, and we can cater your event, too. If you like homestyle food and great friendly service, you'll love Gingham's Restaurant in St. Charles. 636-946-0266 or ginghamsrestaurant.com.
Concerned about where your retirement is heading? Is it on track to meet your needs and goals? Are taxes and inflation a constant worry? Well, you can join Jerry Means for What Retirement Means to You, powered by Means Financial Group, and find out how their team can help guide you to that retirement you've always dreamed of. Listen to What Retirement Means to You with Jerry Means, Sunday mornings at 10 on KTRS, The Talk of St. Louis. More details at meansfinancialgroup.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
Remember what day it was last week, but we went through a list of like, don't knock it till you try it.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, more people went online to add some of their don't knock it till you try it. A couple people saying Pilates. It's great for everyone and life-changing if you're over 50. I've only done it for stories in the past, but I will say when I've done yoga, I have felt better, and I just can't stick with it. Have you stuck with your yoga?
No, because I've been hurt for the last 2 months, but
you liked it.
I embraced the pain. No, it's really not that painful. When you have old stringy muscles, it's hard to stretch them out, and I could tell it was really good for me.
Yeah.
I'll be back next week.
Doing yoga?
Twice a week.
All right.
Didn't Tom Brady, isn't that all he did was stretching? Like he didn't lift weights, maybe he did cardio.
Recall.
He was big on stretching and said that was his workout.
Yeah.
Which, worked for him.
Yeah.
Greatest of all time.
Supposed to be really good for you. And if you look at it, look how old the practice goes back.
Right.
Yoga's been around forever.
Is yoga and Pilates, are they the same thing?
No.
No, they're different.
Different.
Okay.
Someone said frozen towels, putting a damp paper towel or a regular towel in the freezer for a few minutes and then using it to quickly cool down your face or neck. Sounds fantastic.
It's a good idea. I like that.
And then also heating towels. Didn't you have a towel, like a heated bar at one point to heat your towels, or did you?
No, so my sister had a hot tub at one point, and I thought I bought her the best Christmas gift ever. a towel warmer.
Sounds awesome.
It was like the size of a hamper, and you plug it in, and I guess it heats the
Very
towels up.
thoughtful.
I thought I knocked it out of the park.
However, I hear something coming.
I did 2 laps of the Bed Bath & Beyond, and I'm like,
2 laps.
I found it, and I said, this is it. You know, they got the new hot tub. This is it.
But
they used it one time and took it back.
They just didn't like it?
I don't know.
Okay.
It was perfect.
I do like occasionally if I'm in the shower and if we happen to have laundry going, if the towels are in the dryer to have that
It's great.
that towel ready when you get out. I do think that one's good.
In the winter, when we're doing Finn's laundry, we'll take warm jammies
Oh, that's good
out
too.
of the dryer
Yeah.
and put them on them.
Yep.
Oh, I'm feeling so good it's 90 degrees outside, and I'm craving
Yeah.
warm jammies.
That's funny.
How about this? Somebody says Cheez-Its instead of crackers in your soup, which sounds great. I'm all about more cheese, even if it's the fake kind.
I love Cheez-Its, in particular toasty Cheez-Its.
Ooh.
Oh,
They're
that's
so-
new. Yeah.
It's been around a while. It used to be when you'd get just regular Cheez-Its, like going back 50 years ago, 60 years ago as a kid, every now and then you'd come upon a burnt one.
Yeah.
And they were so good. This is a box of burnt ones.
Box of burnt ones.
And that's your go-to.
Yes.
I got into a kick with jalapeno Cheez-Its back when I worked in a cubicle job. And don't they have like dusted Cheez-Its? I know Finn's
I don't know.
Goldfish Crackers, they have the extreme cheese, and they're
What are they dusted with?
cheese.
Oh,
well,
so
or
real cheesy.
whatever the
Ooh.
stuff is that you put in your Kraft mac and cheese.
Oh, the powder.
The powder.
Cheese.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, okay.
dusted with a powder.
Yeah. Speaking of that crunch, potato chips on your deli sandwich or your tuna fish sandwich, which I do. My mom did that all the time.
This goes back to being a poor kid when you're young. Bologna sandwich, mustard, and potato chips.
Yeah.
I did.
That
Crunch
just
it right on there
just
and go.
smash it as much as you can.
Bologna cheese and ketchup, Bob, is what I would do. What was that thing?
I did ketchup and mayo.
Oh,
Ew.
how about that?
The mixture.
What was that thing that we were talking about? Not poor food or like,
Oh, there was a name for it.
what was the name for it? Just like, it's
Not regular.
all that was
folks.
left in there and
Yeah.
you made do. Peanut butter and jelly, and you stick the Doritos inside.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I
Solid.
might actually try that.
Very solid, Bob.
Ooh.
So I'm not a big Dorito guy, but could you use like blue corn chips
Oh.
as a substitute?
I don't
I think you
so.
could.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No?
I don't think so.
I think you try it. We're
gotta go
talking
OG?
about don't knock it till you try it. I
Yeah.
say you try
Okay.
it.
I
Freezing
wouldn't.
grapes.
I wouldn't try it.
I
What,
like
frozen grapes?
frozen grapes, or at
Yeah.
least slightly frozen. And then what about grilling your PB and J sandwich, your peanut butter and jelly, kind of like you do
Would
a
do a
grilled
grilled
cheese,
cheese.
and
Huh.
the peanut butter just
Melts?
melting.
Oh, I love
on your-
melted peanut butter.
I mean, don't
there
know.
was a kid in college. You go to the dining halls.
Yeah.
And he had his grilled cheese, and he gets out this knife and this jelly packet, and he starts putting jelly
on the grilled cheese.
on the grilled cheese. And I said, "What are you doing? What are you?" And
Are
he
you
goes,
mad?
"Yeah, I've been doing this since I was a kid. My parents did this."
Did you try it?
I still, to this day, have not tried it.
Okay. Did you, since we're talking about food, see that McDonald's is bringing back Monopoly after 10 years? I've never played Monopoly to start with, but
Oh, really?
yeah. So I kind of forgot how it works, but they just announced they're bringing it back next week for the first time in a decade. You peel off the stickers, try to collect the groups of Monopoly properties. Didn't it all end because somebody
There was
was
a
running
scam.
some sort of
Yeah.
scam?
Figured it out. Or
Yeah.
Did you watch
Got
the
a hack.
documentary?
Was it good?
Yeah, we watched it. It was like a 3 or 4 parter. It didn't need-
McMillions.
didn't need to be that long.
Yeah.
But the guy at the printing shop where
Yes.
they
Making the
printed them,
pieces.
yes, he took them and would hand them out to friends or acquaintances. And there was a mob connection at some
Oh,
point.
really?
Yeah, but he ultimately got popped because they traced it back, and I think someone squealed on him. Someone rolled over on him, Bob.
You know, you got to, there's always going to be a rat.
They
Always.
cheesed him.
If you want to know your odds, this is kind of crazy. I guess it's basically a small fry. 1 in 25. The Cleveland Guardians have better odds of winning the World Series this year.
Then you win in a small fry?
You win in the small fry, which is kind of funny. Chances of winning any menu item are slightly better, 1 in 5. So if you go a few times, you'll probably earn a free food item, a soft drink, a vanilla cone, maybe a coffee. And then the individual menu items, including sandwiches and McNuggets, have odds between 1 and 25, 1 in 98. The longest odds are actually for 2 chocolate chip cookies or a mini McFlurry. So each piece comes with another win, so to speak, or you have to combine them.
You got to combine them. I went out to San Diego to visit family over the summer.
Yeah.
And they were obsessed with Monopoly out there.
The real Monopoly.
Yeah. So we played. Do you think you guys could name all the properties?
I don't know if I'd get all of them. I'd get pretty close.
I've never played. No.
You've never played Monopoly?
Not once.
You had Mediterranean and Baltic, and then you go up to...
They're light blue.
I have to think about that one. But then you go around the corner, and you go to orange and red. Tennessee is one of them, and Kentucky and Indiana. You go around, and then you got the yellows.
No.
If I had enough time,
we've got 42 minutes left.
If you
Bob.
give me 42 minutes, I'll draw them out on the board.
Here, I'll give you a square, and you plot them out on a map.
It's so funny because our neighbors were teaching their second grader how to play the other night. And I'm like, hold on, let me see how we play this. What? She's going to buy some property up. And it does sound like a fun game.
I can't believe you've never played it.
Never.
What did you do as a child?
It never ends.
I think the
game never ends.
Playing other, I think maybe it was that it was too long. And I wanted something start and finish. We were playing Uno.
It's kind of fun. But then there are the several stages. Okay, all right, now somebody go ahead and win this. And then I can't take this anymore. I'm out. And then finally somebody turns the board over.
And it's never finished. It's just the whole, strip has been blown up.
That's right.
And a lot of times I've just kind of handed I'm done. Here, you take, here's my money.
Well, then what's
I've got
fun
one.
about that if nobody's actually winning?
I mean, I never do it if I'm winning. I never just hand over my stuff.
Yeah, that's what happens is you get to a point where somebody is looks like they're going to win, and everybody else gets a little demoralized. Oh, I'll never catch him.
Your wife just said it's no good whatsoever. It sucks. Monopoly, yeah.
Monopoly? She texted?
Yeah.
Alex Stone, ABC, he's joining us on a completely other story, but Alex, they're bringing Monopoly back to McDonald's. Heidi just said she's never played it in her entire life.
That makes sense. I've played probably back in college, but I don't think and I never really played. It's like one of those where you're like, okay, I've got 3 of these things. If I get the 4th, and you have them for like months on end, and you never really get that 4th one. The one that you're going to need to actually win something.
None of you are giving it a great endorsement. Somebody on the text line, I hate that game. It never ends.
No, it never ends. That's the deal. It's kind of fun for a while,
but
and then it never ends.
She's never played the board game.
Oh, the board game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been probably 30 years since I played the board game, but yeah.
You got to get the Marvin Gardens group.
The yellows.
And the yellows.
Yeah.
And I really like getting the railroads. Getting all 4 railroads.
You're the tycoon.
I'm a utilities guy.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, this conversation is going to come to an end because we got to talk about the future of Hollywood. Alex, I think this is scary, but maybe this is just the way things are going. This new actress who isn't really a person at all.
Yeah, and this is what actors and the union has been warning about for a long time. And everybody said, well, no, AI is not getting there, that you have like 15 fingers and everybody in the crowd behind them looks like they have melted on faces if it's AI. Well, that was like 5 years ago. AI has come so far really daily that now they are at a point where there is a company that has created an AI-generated actress who looks incredibly real. She has demo reels. She has professional photos. and it looks like a real human. Her name is Tilly, and she's so realistic and good that the creator says they're now deciding which talent agency is going to represent her.
Stop it.
Yeah,
It's insane.
and be in charge of getting her into roles. So this is Tilly. Remember, this is AI generated, not a real woman in some of her demo reels that are out there.
Let's get to know each other, and thanks for watching.
She is completely AI generated, not real at all, but she takes aspects of some of the greatest actors in history into one perfect actress. And she's got an Instagram page showing off her screen test.
That is crazy to me.
Yeah, and they've got candid moments and a big reveal of her to the world.
Tilly Norwood, 100% AI generated.
She's got a Facebook page, making it look like she has a life and that she has been around for however many years she's supposed to be, of like 20 years old or whatever, and showing her first time on camera and bringing the history of acting into her personality.
I'm built on everything that came before me.
And her creator says that she's getting real attention. They are figuring out which talent agency they're going to go with. But this is not sitting well with real human actors in Hollywood. Emily Blunt writing, this is really, really scary. Come on, agencies, don't do that. Marvel star Simu Liu mocking it, saying movies are great, but do you know it would be even better if characters were not played by actual humans, but replicas approximating human emotions. And then Whoopi Goldberg, think of before her View time, of all the movies, Ghost and everything else that she was in over those years, saying this on The View.
You are suddenly up against something that's been generated with 5,000 other actors. It's been given all of these... it's got Betty Davis's attitude. It's got this one's. It's got Humphrey Bogart's list. So it's a little bit of an unfair advantage.
Now, the creator says that Tilly is not a replacement for human beings, but isn't that what they told factory workers when robots came in? We're not replacing your job. We're just making it better. And the creator says that AI characters should be their own genre, not compared to or competing with human actors. But a few months ago, that same creator said that she wanted Tilly to be the next Natalie Portman or Scarlett Johansson. So there is this real debate here, and do audiences care if an actor is computer generated or real, if it looks extremely real, and if the emotion is there and the acting is there and the look that they want in the long run, in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? If this is how it is done, will the audience care? Does it have to be a human behind there if you can't tell the difference? And much of that is up for debate now.
This sounds like a Hollywood script. And, guy falls in love with the famous actress, and then he realizes, and then maybe he falls in love with the person that created her. Boy, Bob, get a pen. But this is my biggest question about AI and these videos that you see online. Are people massaging these on the back end to make sure that it's all congruent and she's pronouncing everything correctly, and they make edits and they smooth out the edges?
People don't do it. It's generated.
Or AI?
Well, if they are, couldn't they do that in a feature-length movie or in a TV show? And it's just getting better and better by the day, and the computing power is getting better. And all of it would be cheaper. Imagine if you don't have to pay actors or crews. There aren't multiple takes. You don't have to deal with attitudes and all that. All you do is type in, World War II, battle scene, explosion, male, brown hair, and boom, it creates it. And it would seem that we are heading in that direction. And then think about, sports with the wild card playoffs on right now and football in season right now. If it's all the same on TV, and if nobody knew the outcome and the computer were to select it and it looked real, is that where sports would go one day as well?
Well, I got 2 points, Alex. One ridiculous, and the other one legit. The first one is, what's the AI actress? What's her name?
Tilly. And she's British for some reason.
What's her position on full frontal nudity? Okay, you don't have to answer. Secondly,
you can imagine what that industry would do with it as well.
Oh my gosh,
they're all
the
over
adult
it.
industry we did a story years ago where I went to a set of Vivid Entertainment, and that was quite a story to do. But of how they have led in technology over the years, VHS won over Beta really because of the porn industry, because they decided that is the way that they wanted to go.
Yes.
And they led a lot of the streaming that now we have for everything.
Interesting.
That they kind of led all of that as well.
So Heidi and I are both SAG-AFTRA members.
As am I, yeah.
Yeah, and this is, I'm not much of an activist, Alex. I'm kind of a, okay, whatever guy. But this is something I would, if I would get behind. I would officially protest this. Has SAG-AFTRA come out with any official statements yet?
I haven't seen anything specifically about Tilly, but this is something that SAG-AFTRA has been talking about for the last couple of years. And actors have been campaigning against movie makers doing anything like this. So, yeah, this is very much on the radar. But it has kind of been that thing where the union is taking it seriously, but a lot of people are like, nah, it still doesn't look that good.
Right.
But now we're getting into the time of, it actually does look very real, and they can create whoever they want. Tilly looks like a very relatable, neighbor 20-year-old, but they could make Tilly whatever. It could be Robert Redford acting again. It's just all computer generated.
Yeah, and there's a movie that they said is coming out. It's an animated feature though, and they said it's going to be all AI, and that's one thing. I'm not happy about that either. But at least it's an animated feature.
Right, that's different than claiming that this is
real.
At least making people believe that this is real. But again, if this is how it goes down the road, will we as the audience even care? If it's all just watching stuff on the screen, if it looks real, do we care? Or is it creepy? Or is that just because we're in this transition time right now that it seems creepy at the beginning?
Yeah, it is going to be a rough road ahead, I think, for actors and actresses, especially when you consider the money that would be saved, probably.
Yeah, that it would be, you'd have to put out a lot of money in computer generation equipment, but if you think of all of the money of paying actors, multiple actors on a movie, all of the special effects, all of the explosions, all of the crew, again, all of the takes that they have to do in time, that if you're talking about a movie that costs $100 million to make, imagine putting that $100 million toward computer servers and then have a large company decide they want to do that a few times, and then they've got what they need, and they can make unlimited movies.
Well, and let's be honest, when you see those massive crowds in certain movies, isn't that kind of what we're already doing, is creating bigger crowds? So, yeah, it's a slippery slope, I think. Alex, thank you so much.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Hi, it's David Sherwood of the Inside Out Show and president of Sherwood's Forest on Barrett Station Road, just south of Manchester. Fall planting season is here now. We are fully stocked with the area's largest selection of evergreens, Japanese maples, magnolias, and shade trees. Choose from lilac trees, sugar maples, birch, October glory, hornbeams, and crab to provide summertime shade and great fall and spring color. At Sherwood's Forest, you'll also find hundreds of green giant arborvitae and junipers to screen thy neighbor.
And right now, get 5 mums for $40.
Sherwood's Forest has been planting smiles for over 45 years, so head to the forest, Sherwood's Forest at 2651 Barrett Station Road, or check out our inventory at sherwoods-forest.com or call 314-966-0028.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants. The cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
When you want to send flowers to a loved one for a birthday, anniversary, or that special occasion, call your friends at Walter Knoll Florist. Walter Knoll is family-owned and operated and offers custom designs by expert designers. A huge inventory and selection that only the largest florist can offer, with quality and care that no grocery store florist can meet. They have several locations in the St. Louis metro area to serve you. Order online today at WKF.com. That's WKF.com. Walter Knoll Florist, your personal florist since 1883.
Country Club Car Wash is the best car wash in town. How do I know? I have an unlimited monthly pass to Country Club Car Wash, and it's fantastic. They're touchless, and you get free vacuums at select locations. Each and every day on the morning show, we will be giving away one free Country Club Car Wash to the text of the day. And each week, we'll be giving away a grand prize, 1 month of free Country Club Car Washes to the text of the week. We'll see you on the show, and we'll see you at Country Club Car Wash, cccwstl.com.
Hey, St. Louis County Library is hosting a free conference for entrepreneurs, small business owners, and nonprofit leaders from October 8th through the 10th. The Small Business and Nonprofit Conference offers 3 days of in-person and virtual networking and education on a variety of business critical skills and strategies. Sessions will take place at the Clark Family Branch and virtually by Zoom. The conference is free, but registration is recommended. A full schedule and registration details are available at slcl.org/events.
Tired of ads interrupting your favorite news podcast? Good news. Ad-free listening on Amazon Music is included with your Prime membership. Yeah, stay up to date on everything newsworthy with podcasts like The Daily, Up First, and 5 Things, uninterrupted at amazon.com/ad-free. Just head to amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
Ever wonder what the KTRS Air personalities look like? Well, now you can. Now streaming live on YouTube and Facebook. Sitting at home or at the office, you can now watch the Big 550 live. Just find the Big 550 KTRS on Facebook or 550 KTRS TV on YouTube. 2 ways you can see the hosts in all their on-air glory. We are live, local, and the talk of St. Louis. We are the Big 550 KTRS. Depend on it. You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
5:33, Captain Paul, how's traffic moving along?
Heidi, we have one active crash. It's an accident on westbound 44 before Vandeventer, causing a stop-and-go back up past Jefferson. The estimated clearance time is 5:50. Southbound 270 is stop-and-go at times at Olive. Southbound 55 is running slow from Potomac to South Broadway. Northbound 270 is busy from Manchester to 64. Westbound 64 busy from Kings Highway to Hampton. Eastbound 64 bogs down from McKnight to Big Bend, and there's a stalled vehicle in the right lane of northbound 170 at Ladue Road. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
I feel like sometimes fate just steps in, and if something's supposed to happen, it does. Get this. A South Carolina woman won big earlier this month after a store clerk ended up giving her the wrong lottery ticket. So the anonymous woman went to get I think it's called the Palmetto Cash 5 ticket from a local Piggly Wiggly store. And she noticed a problem. The sign said, the store employee accidentally gave her the wrong lottery ticket. Before the woman had a chance to play it, the clerk realized the mistake and offered to correct it. And the woman agreed to keep her $2 ticket that the woman had given her by accident.
The mistaken one.
Yes. The woman decided to tweak her usual routine by picking different numbers. She got a quick pick instead. It all worked out. She ended up winning $303,000 because the woman handed her the wrong one.
That's awesome.
And she stuck with it.
Good for her.
If the clerk hadn't made the mistake, she said, I wouldn't have won. I think you'd have to go back and give that clerk a few $1,000s, don't you? Maybe not? Okay. I guess that's how we all...
I think you would. I think you would.
300 and something thousand after taxes.
Oh, here we go again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that was after taxes.
Yeah, maybe buy her dinner or something.
You think? I'll tell you something else that I saw the other day, and it just popped up again as a reminder. A photographer has done something that really makes you think about how often you are holding that phone in your hand. He went and just took general pictures. So the first picture is a husband and wife in bed. They're both kind of have their backs to each other on their phones. But what he's done is taken the phone out of their hands. So it's just like they're there looking at their empty palm. Then you go to a laundromat, and it's a room full of people. No one talking.
Looking at their hands.
Looking at their hand. It's a really interesting take on where we are as a society, even when we're right amongst people.
There's a commercial on right now, and I think it's for some new operating system, and it's called Vanilla, and it replaces
I just saw it last night.
all the cell phones with vanilla ice cream cones.
Not cell phones.
What?
Apple.
Okay.
They're because it's a Google phone commercial.
So they replaced the Apple.
Yes. Well, they're replacing the iPhone with ice cream.
But like people are walking around with ice cream. People have ice cream in the back of their pocket. You know,
know me. I'd rather have ice cream.
People checking their pockets, and then it's over there. They walk over and pick up this ice cream. It actually,
funny.
Yeah. To Heidi's point, same thing. It kind of makes you. It's very interesting when you replace the cell phone with something else or nothing.
Like another picture that just popped up, and it's like two guys, and they're standing around the grill, and they're just looking at their phone, not talking, not cheersing with their beer. They're just looking down at their palm.
Wow.
And now, KTRS weather from the John Beal Roofing Weather Desk.
Well, September's swan song is going to be a toasty one, a lot closer to the records this afternoon than the normals, that's for sure. 89, my forecast high. The record is 93, set back in 1952. Looks pretty mild this evening, though. We'll drop back into the 70s by about 7:30, and then partly cloudy overnight with a low of 63. Just a few more clouds building in on Wednesday. That's the first day of October, so I'll shave a couple of degrees off, but still go way above normal. 86 for the high on Wednesday. Dry weather locked in through at least early next week. From the First Alert 4 Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Matt Chambers on the Big 550 KTRS.
John Beal Roofing is the home of the lowest price roofing guarantee. Get a free estimate today at johnbealroofing.com.
Hi, it's Jill Farmer. This note came in on our text line recently on the Frank and Jill show. You need to know that Ryan Raphael helped me with my senior insurance plan. He was such a gentleman, so helpful, knowledgeable, and kind. I can't thank him enough, and I heard about him on KTRS. I love that text because Ryan Raphael is the Medicare man. He's absolutely the best person to call to help you through the often confusing process of finding the right Medicare plan for you. He loves helping people, walking them through the overwhelm of, I don't know how to choose the best plan for me, or I did choose a plan based on the recommendation of a well-meaning friend or family member, and now I don't think it's actually the right one for me. Ryan Raphael is the best at matching you with a plan that lets you keep your own physicians and keep your prescriptions. It's like having the highest quality consultant on your team. The best news, it's free to you. Under the law, his fees are paid by the insurance companies. Go to MedicareManSTL.com or call 314-368-6808. That's Ryan Raphael's cell phone number just for you.
Since 1974, Permajack of St. Louis has been helping residential and commercial owners protect their biggest investment. From successfully solving foundation structural problems to making sure basements remain dry, Permajack has performed tens of thousands of projects on both sides of the river, utilizing state-of-the-art technology, techniques, and equipment. Permajack of St. Louis has done it with honesty and integrity, never recommending anything outside of what you really need. For many repairs, Permajack provides a transferable life of structure warranty, all while Permajack of St. Louis has earned a BBB A+ rating and accreditation for foundation settlement, bowed or buckling walls, cracks in your foundation, walls or bricks, or basement waterproofing. Choose the hometown family-owned team at Permajack of St. Louis. Schedule your free inspection and estimate at permajackofstlewis.com. That's permajackofstlewis.com. Permajack, solid as rock.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshare. I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
Zero is your hero at HW Kia. Zero down, zero payments for 90 days, or 0% for 48 months. Even zero tariff pricing on every clearly marked new HW Kia in stock. Stuck in your loan or lease? Big D, the trade man, wants to get you released. Up to 120% over fair market value for your trade. Have a job clearing $450 a week? You're practically approved. Only at HWKia.com. On approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, 587, title, and registration processing fee. Negative equity refinance to new loan. Expires September 6, 2025. Zero is your hero at HW Kia. Zero down, zero payments for 90 days, or 0% for 48 months. Even zero tariff pricing on every clearly marked new HW Kia in stock. Have a job clearing $450 a week? You're practically approved. Lease a new Seltos S, Nero LX, or Soul, just $99 a month. And you guessed it, zero security deposit. Only at HWKia.com. On approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, 587, title, and registration processing fee. Negative equity refinance to new loan. 24 months, 10,000 mile lease. $49.95 due. Offers not combination. Expires September 6, 2025.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
We didn't have time to talk entertainment yesterday, so let's talk about it now. Biggest news coming out of Hollywood in the last 24 hours. Nicole Kidman has filed for divorce from her estranged husband, Keith Urban. The filing comes just one day after Page Six confirmed the couple had split following 19 years of marriage. Sometimes relationships just run their course, a source said at the time, adding that Nicole did not want the separation and was trying to save things. So the actress...
So who's he seeing?
It'll be interesting to see.
Hey,
it's
let's
always
all be
something.
Big kids here.
Yeah,
that's always the deal.
Something has happened. The actress and the country music singer have been living apart since the beginning of summer. Multiple sources said, which was the first to break the news was, of course, TMZ. In the midst of their split, Nicole has reportedly been caring for the couple's two kids. Sunday Rose is 17, Faith Margaret is 14, while, of course, Keith is already moved out of their Nashville home. Currently, he's on tour, but reports also said he's already purchased another home. And the news makes you take another look, and I don't know if you guys will remember this, but Keith did an interview in June where it ended abruptly, and he came back and said, my phone cut out. However, now if you look at it, the interviewer said, tell me about your feelings about your wife filming steamy love scenes with Zac Efron in that 2024 Netflix movie, A Family Affair, and it just cut out. That was it.
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't know. It makes you look at that a little differently now.
I mean, these are professionals. She's a professional actress, but how do you ask that question?
Exactly. You shouldn't.
Of someone's, hey, what do you think about your wife on screen getting steamy with Zac Efron?
And especially if there's already some tension there. Not going to do it.
Hollywood couples, do you think they divorce at a higher rate than everyone else?
Absolutely.
You think so?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's too hard.
Yeah.
There's,
especially when they're both famous.
And they're not together that much. The thing that's interesting about them, they did really talk about how they never worked at the same time and they were trying to meet and do different things. So it'll be interesting to see what happens next.
I guess I didn't realize that they still had kids that young. 17 and 14, these are kids
they're still at home.
Still at home.
Yeah. And I did read that she's requested to have, residential custody of them. Yeah. How about Bad Bunny is going to be the headliner for the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show? Now, it appears he might not have been the first choice. Taylor Swift was allegedly in negotiations, turned it down because she didn't want to do it for free. An unnamed music exec says she wasn't asking for favors, she was asking for respect. Taylor knows her worth. She knows the kind of rating she brings, the global attention she commands. She wasn't about to hand that over for free.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
It really is a free show for the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you've got something to promote.
Absolutely.
I know a lot of people maybe in one particular persuasion, are not happy about Bad Bunny being there. I'm a fan, though.
I am too. We've talked about him on the air, he's going to put on a great
I
show.
think he will too. I'm a fan.
Yeah, we'll
Everything
see what happens.
he does that I've seen.
Super Bowl 60 set for February 8th. That seems early.
60.
Is that right?
February 8th?
Doesn't that seem early?
I mean, that would be the second Sunday of February.
Oh, that's it because of just the way the calendar falls.
Is that what it is? And it's, of course, at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California, which is the home of San Francisco 49ers.
Don't say it's in San Francisco, though,
Oh.
because Santa Clara is nowhere near San Francisco.
Okay, okay.
It's 45 minutes away.
Well,
if
so
traffic's good.
So is Wentzville. It's still part of the town.
Ain't St. Louis.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow. Direct all of your cards and letters to Josh.
You are for me. 65 years ago in 1960, the Flintstones premiered on ABC. I thought that was such a fun, creative show. When you think about all the things and the way they were making do.
It was the prehistoric honeymooners.
Yeah.
It was great.
It was cute. And then 43 years ago, in 1982, Cheers premiered on NBC, ran for 11 seasons. If you're looking for something on TV tonight, the series premiere of Chad Powers is on Hulu. That's the comedy starring Glenn Powell as a quarterback who ruins his career and then disguises himself to start over.
So stupid.
But didn't Eli Manning do something similar to this?
Yeah, he did.
So that's what this is all based on.
Yes, that was so fun. And
Okay.
Eli Manning's in it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I don't know, might be cute. And then, now this one I think looks kind of silly. The series premiere of On Brand with Jimmy Fallon is on NBC after The Voice. It's a reality competition where Jimmy starts a marketing firm, the On Brand agency, fills it with the most creative, clever, competitive go-getters, and then these 10 creatives try to think outside the box. So it might be interesting. We've got time for 2 birthdays, Josh.
Real quick.
Okay.
Oh, you're making it tough. How do we... we mentioned SAG-AFTRA a couple times today. Fran Drescher.
Oh, the president.
Is the president. How old is Fran Drescher?
Say she's 60.
68.
Oh, 7.
I'm 68.
Yes.
I was going to say yes.
And finally, one of the greats, really gorgeous in her day. I can't believe we haven't talked about her in a long time. Angie Dickinson.
Oh, she is.
Oh, my goodness.
88.
91.
94.
94.
Check her out in Rio Bravo with John Wayne. She's great.
Another friend of the show and friend of mine, St. Louis native comedian Kathleen Madigan has a birthday today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that.
And
I didn't see it. Sorry, Kathleen.
She is the big
28.
6-0. That is your evening entertainment report here on the Big 550 KTRS.
Is it time to make a change with your bank? Hi, it's Julie Buck for Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution with 2 locations, and they've been around since 2005 with a mission to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services. Here's their website. It's triadbanking.com.
Gingham's Homestyle Restaurant has been a staple in St. Charles for 35 years. Our comfortable, casual atmosphere offers some of the best comfort food you've ever had. Customers might know our delicious breakfast, but you can have whatever you want, anytime you want, with our full menu 24 hours a day. Nothing warms your heart like Gingham's famous vegetable soup, and we can cater your event, too. If you like home-style food and great friendly service, you'll love Gingham's Restaurant in St. Charles. 636-946-0266 or ginghamsrestaurant.com.
I'm Reed Millard, president of Lupton Millard Chapel of St. Louis. We've been faithfully serving St. Louis families for generations. At Lupton Millard Chapel, we understand it's the little things that make a big difference for the families we serve. A traditional church funeral or a unique celebration of life. Providing the finest in services and attention to detail has always been the hallmark of our family.
Lupton Millard Chapel, the leader in excellence since 1905. For more information, go to luptonmillardchapel.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Over 7,500 acres, 100-plus lakes, on-site eateries, a championship golf course, nature trails, event space, and so much more. Of course, I'm talking about Innsbrook, just 45 minutes west of St. Louis, a perfect place for families to unplug. Whether it's A-frames or cottages or condos or villas or custom homes, in fact, Innsbrook is having a fall home tour going on right now, Saturday, October 18th from 12 to 4. To find out more at Innsbrook-resort.com. That's Innsbrook-resort.com.
Your biggest choice in home restoration is who do you trust with your home, your most valued asset? Few can match Banner Construction's experience and dedication to excellence. Banner is an elite preferred James Hardie contractor and Pella window specialist. Restoration is a one-time opportunity to have Banner's design team show you architectural options to make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call for a free consultation, 314-569-1050. And have a banner day.
Diana from Newstetter's Fine Jewelers here to remind you, we don't just offer the best pieces, we offer one of the last master hand engravers in our country. My father can create timeless, personal, and unforgettable pieces. Come by our showroom at the corner of Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or learn more online at wowdiamonds.com.
You're listening to the Heidi Glaus Show with Josh Gilbert and Bob Ramsey on the Big 550 KTRS.
It's about 7 minutes before 6 o'clock. Let's get one final check of traffic on this Tuesday from Captain Paul.
Heidi, they just cleared a crash on westbound 270 at New Florissant. Southbound 55 is running slow at 4500 South Broadway. Westbound 64 is busy at Hampton. Eastbound 64 bogs down at 170 but opens up by Big Bend. And there's a stalled vehicle in the right lane of westbound 270 at Riverview. This traffic report is brought to you by the City of Eureka and Eureka Days. There's fun for the whole family at Eureka Days, October 3rd through the 5th. Carnival rides, foods and crafts, a beer garden, a wing eating contest, kickball and cornhole tournaments, knocker ball, a kids corner, and a rock wall. And plenty of live music with a parade and fireworks. Visit eurekadays.com. From the KTRS Traffic Center, I'm Captain Paul Kopsky on the Big 550 KTRS.
My friends at Neighbors Credit Union are rolling out a new account. The new Debit All Day account is designed for the way you pay today. Debit All Day is a checkless checking account featuring a Neighbors Visa debit card, the convenience of online and mobile banking, and access to your direct deposits up to 2 days early. If you're looking for a no-fuss account to make managing your money simple, safe from overdrafts, and free of fees, Debit All Day is for you. Open your Neighbors Credit Union Debit All Day account online today at neighborscu.org.
I'm Mike Robinson with Robank Properties. I want to buy your home. Any property, any condition, and always as is. I will pay top dollar with no contingencies and no inspections. You walk away with cash. So don't waste time and money making repairs and paying real estate commissions. Call me, Mike Robinson, at 314-283-0867. That's 314-283-0867. Or go to robankproperties.com. That's ROBANG properties.com.
Let's talk about high school for just a moment, because that young man you brought home from the hospital yesterday, you're going to blink your eyes, and all of a sudden now you start talking about high schools. Well, that's where St. Mary's Southside Catholic High School comes in, because it's an all-boys, independent Catholic high school. And what St. Mary's will do is they will prepare your son to be the future. Whether it's college, trade work, or a career of their choice, St. Mary's, over the years, has produced a whole lot of millionaires and a couple of billionaires along the way. And when you graduate from St. Mary's, you have that alumni as a resource. Schedule your visit today and find out more about St. Mary's. stmaryshs.com. That's stmaryshs.com. They will teach the skills that are needed to thrive and survive in the 21st century, as well as teaching old school values. To find out more, stmaryshs.com. That's stmaryshs.com.
Kuna Food Service has been the trusted food supplier in the Midwest since 1918. For over 100 years, Kuna Food Service has been distributing the highest quality food products to some of your favorite restaurants while delivering superior customer service. When a restaurant puts their trust in Kuna Food Service, they get a team that truly cares about their success. That's why at Kuna, they like to say, they're big enough to handle it, yet small enough to care. Check them out online at kunafoodservice.com.
All right, let's wrap this show up with a random.
The most abused Social Security number ever has been used in fraud by at least 40,000 different people.
Come on.
What?
It belonged to a secretary at a wallet company in 1938. Social Security cards were new, and the secretary's boss wanted people to see how they looked inside a wallet. So in every one of their wallets that they sold,
They used her number?
came with a sample Social Security card with her number
They
on it.
didn't think to change it?
They did not.
Oh, that poor woman.
It was new back then.
Oh, boy.
Still. You guys, thanks for hanging out with us on this Tuesday afternoon. I hope you'll meet us right back here starting at 3 o'clock tomorrow. And until then, see if you can put a smile on somebody's face.
Whatever gets you through the night. It's all right. It's all right. Get your money all your life. It's all right. It's all right.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of ads interrupting your favorite news podcast? Good news. Ad-free listening on Amazon Music is included with your Prime membership. Yeah, stay up to date on everything newsworthy with podcasts like The Daily, Up First, and 5 Things, uninterrupted at Amazon.com/ad-free. Just head to Amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Mizzou football.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packard. Just hours until a government shutdown unless lawmakers come together and figure out a funding deal. The Senate voting this afternoon on 2 separate government funding bills. A Democratic bill, which they say would have preserved government health care programs, did not pass. Democratic Congressman Jimmy Gomez blaming President Trump for not engaging.
We're here to fight and to continue to fight. What we want to see is the president to have a real discussion to see how we help the American people not hurt.
And right now, a vote on a clean Republican House-passed bill. Republican Tom Cole.
You have to look at what Democrats are asking. They're asking for us to commit to spend $1.5 trillion in exchange for a 4-week extension of government spending. That $1.5 trillion would be spent, to be fair, over a decade. It's a ridiculous request.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth outlining changes to military policy that include raising physical standards for combat positions to, quote, male levels.
Would you want him serving with fat or unfit or undertrained troops? Or alongside people who can't meet basic standards? Or in a unit where standards were lowered so certain types of troops could make it in? In a unit where leaders were promoted for reasons other than merit, performance, and warfighting? The answer is not just no, it's hell no.
President Trump this afternoon announcing that drug maker Pfizer has agreed to sell the company's meds through Medicaid at lower prices.
Pfizer is agreeing to provide some of their most popular current medications to all consumers at heavily discounted prices of anywhere between 50 and even 100%, and that's off the price.
His attorney says Des Moines, Iowa Public Schools Superintendent Ian Roberts is resigning today after he was detained on immigration violations. Meanwhile, the DOJ opening an investigation into the district to determine if it considers race, color, and national origin in hiring decisions. You're listening to ABC News.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
President Trump tells ABC News that he's giving Hamas 3 or 4 days to respond to the proposal he unveiled Monday to end the war in Gaza. If they don't sign on, Trump said, it's going to be a very sad end.
While just months ago, Trump said Palestinians would have to leave Gaza. Under this plan, no one will be forced to leave. Going forward, Gaza would be governed by an apolitical Palestinian committee, supervised by an international board of peace led by Trump, and the plan leaving open the possibility of a Palestinian state.
ABC's Mary Bruce. Hamas says it's studying the plan. So far, most state leaders have pushed back on President Trump's National Guard deployments, but one leader is asking for troops.
Not only is Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry okay with a National Guard deployment in his state, he sent a request to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth.
Please send us some troops, and we are going to crack down on violence in the city of New Orleans.
Landry was on Fox News. New Orleans police statistics show a 14% decline in crimes against persons in 2025 and 18% drop in property crimes. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Tropical storm Octave has formed in the Pacific Ocean. The storm's about 930 miles southwest of Baja, California. Amazon has unveiled its latest tech lineup that includes the next generation Kindle, Ring, and Echo devices. Each one is powered by artificial intelligence and connects to Alexa Plus. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Maxed out cards, rent is due. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
Maybe we should go to 27cash.com.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000, and cash can hit our bank account as soon as tomorrow.
When you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
I'm Steve Potter with this hour's KTRS News Briefs. The Missouri Attorney General's office has filed felony charges against a former St. Peter's insurance agent. The charges against Pamela Walsh follow an investigation into deceptive practices at her husband's now-closed insurance agency, J. Walsh Insurance. Attorney General Catherine Hanaway says in total, Walsh pocketed more than $160,000 from the scheme, which affected more than 100 families. A St. Louis County lawmaker is speaking out about the newly enacted Missouri House Bill 1878, an effort to tighten the state's election laws.
Senator Jill Shoup of Creve Coeur says changes were made to the original proposal,
including a provision that unless the need for a photo ID is overturned, we'll have 2 weeks of no excuse absentee voting.
House Bill 1878 allows the Secretary of State to audit local election authorities when necessary, regulates voting machines, makes changes to qualifications for election officials, voter registration and change of address rules, and prohibits ballot drop boxes. Reporting from the state capitol, I'm Dean Morgan.
This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. You can place your order anytime at WKF.com. A new study has identified the states where residents spend the most on personal care products. The research analyzed personal care product expenditure data across all 50 states to identify which regions prioritize spending on hygiene and personal care items. New Jersey topped the list. Missouri didn't make the top 10, but Illinois came in at number 4. The market's brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. The Dow at close up 81 points, NASDAQ up 68, and the S&P 500 up 27. Our forecast mostly sunny tomorrow with an afternoon high of 88 degrees. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
Attention. Attention. Please make your way to the nearest radio.
It's time for the Press Box with Frank Cusimano on the Big 550. KTRS.
Powered by the Control Option.
Good evening and welcome to the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. A lot to talk about in sports. The most important thing, the introductory press conference for Chaim Bloom. The regime has begun with the St. Louis Cardinals. Joining us is a man who covers the Cardinals as well as anybody, Rob Raines. Rob, good to be with you. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Frank. Thank you. How are you?
I got to tell you, I thought he nailed the press conference, that he had the proper amount of the sense of history for the organization, the passion for the future, as honest as he could possibly be without breaking down individual players. Your impressions from the first one from Chaim?
Yeah, very professional. I think he's very, obviously very articulate, very smart individual. I think knows what he wants to do in this job. He's prepared for the job, and I think he's looking forward to the job. So, yeah, I came away, not really surprised because it's what I expected him to say pretty much and how he said it. But I think, it's going to be fun. I think we all, have gotten, I don't want to say tired, but used to dealing with John Mozeliak for the last 18 years. So I think having somebody new in that role is going to be refreshing.
And, he didn't use the word rebuild, but he constantly talked about long term. I think rebuild is like the F word. You can't use it, can you?
Well, he did. I don't remember. Somebody I think it might have been Bill DeWitt who said it, but they're not going to strip everything down to the bare bones and start over. It was him or I think he was one that said it, but somebody said it at the press conference. So, they're going to build around the talent base that they have, and it's just going to be a question of how many of these current players fit into the plans going forward. They're going to be changes. On the player, personnel side, we all expect that. And I think, it's just a question of how they sort through, who these players are and which ones stay and which ones go. But I think that there's going to be a lot of familiar faces too. It's not like there's going to be, 25, new players in St. Louis next year.
One person who's definitely staying, he told me this on camera during the one-on-one, is Ali Marmol, much to the dismay of many fans who wanted Ali to be fired today. That just wasn't going to happen.
No, and I think there's a lot of reasons behind that. Number one is, obviously the long-term goal as opposed to the short-term goal, I think factors into the managerial decision as well. He's under contract for next year. That if the team is not going to, be dramatically different as far as the one-loss results are concerned from next year, why pay two managers instead of one? If he didn't have anybody, kind of in his back pocket to automatically bring in here from day one, it just made sense to kind of keep that continuity going for the short term. And, I also think a factor is all the uncertainty about what's going to happen after 2026. You know, I mean, the CBA is done after this season in December. There's obviously a lot of possibilities of a lockout coming if the owners stick to their guns about wanting a salary cap and the players are adamant about not having a salary cap. So, again, I think all those, kind of short-term decisions, it just seems like it's simple math to keep going with the way you're going until you know more about what the future holds.
How about a career where you replace Andrew Friedman, Dave Dombrowski, and now John Mozeliak? The question is, which guy are we getting here in Chaim Bloom? Are we getting the guy who worked wonders in Tampa with a limited payroll and won a lot of games? Or are we getting the guy in Boston who's vilified for being forced to trade Mookie Betts?
I think you're probably getting a combination of the two. I think you're getting a guy that, learned and paid his dues in Tampa and, kind of came up through an organization that did not have a lot of money to spend, did not have a lot of resources available to, to build a team with, as far as like number of personnel in the front office and things like that. So he's used to kind of being a bare bones operation. And then he got to Boston, which is a totally different market, totally different size market, totally different expectations. And I think he learned from that experience. I mean, I think there's going to be some things that he learned there that he's going to be able to bring with him here. I think he probably gets a little too much blame for what happened in Boston because I don't really think that again, he wasn't there very long, and they had some short-term success, but the moves that he was forced to make, by the ownership, I mean, he kind of became the fall guy for that. So, I think that there's you're seeing some of the byproducts of things he did in Boston right now. I mean, that's a playoff team, and some of those players, the younger players, were guys that were drafted and developed when he was there. So I think his roots are in player development. His background is in player development, and that's where you're going to see him shine. I think, this is going to – we all know that the tradition of this club is to draft and develop players. DeWitt talked about it again today, and I think that's going to be the strength of this club going forward.
So the key word heading into this season, obviously, was runway. And I really didn't get much of an answer when I asked them about, did you see enough of the players who were in that runway to make a decision about moving forward? Do you think he did? I mean, do you think he knows in his heart right now you can or cannot move forward with Jordan Walker or Nolan Gorman or Andre Palante?
No, I don't think so, because I think it's going to depend on what names come up in trade conversations. I mean, if I don't think there's probably anybody on this roster that's an untradeable or an untouchable player. Maybe J.J. Weatherholt, in Memphis, maybe a couple of the other younger minor league prospects, but I think everybody else's name is going to probably come up at some point. I'm not saying they're trading everybody, but I think you have to listen to what is out there, and I think he's going to be open. I don't think he has the history with these players, obviously, that the previous regime had. So, trading somebody like one of those kind of guys is not going to be as hard for him personally as it might be for the players who drafted and helped develop them. But I think he's going to just take every player and every move on an individual and case-by-case basis and decide, is this something that's going to benefit the Cardinals, maybe not in 2026, but maybe in 2028. So I think that's going to be the guiding force in his decision.
Yeah, it's all so fluid, isn't it, Rob, in that, okay, let's just say you got somebody to take Nolan Arenado, and let's say that Brendan Donovan could yield you a solid number 3 starter. So you're going to give Nolan Gorman probably the runway at third and Weatherholt plays second. It depends if you can move certain guys.
Exactly. And I mean, he probably has in his own mind an idea of which players make the most sense to try to trade. But you also got to have to be able to trade somebody that somebody else wants, and it's going to give you something that you think is better than what you have, now, or if there's more of a position of need. So I think that's why you can't look at, the whole big picture and say they're going to do this, or this, because I just think it depends. If they can trade Arenado and, if they could trade Sonny Gray, then maybe depending on what, financial implications are coming out of those two deals, then that changes another trade. You know what I mean? So I just think that you just have to kind of go through each one case-by-case basis and see, kind of what makes the most sense.
We're visiting with Rob Raines on the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. We know it's going to be almost impossible to try to get a team involved with Nolan Arenado and all that money left. But what about Sonny Gray at $35 million for 1 year? Will that be difficult? And would you anticipate if they did make a move, the Cardinals would have to pick up a good chunk of that contract also?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a little different deal because it's a pitcher, and we all know clubs are going to be desperate for pitchers. We know Baltimore, we know Atlanta. They're teams that have money to spend and want pitchers. So I think, it may be that you don't get quite as good a prospect back if the other team takes on more of the money, or if you take on some of the money, you'll get a better prospect back. Those deals are always kind of interesting to see how that develops. So, I don't know. I think there's less chance that they would have to take on part of that contract than there would be with the Arenado deal.
All right. And in terms of moving forward with this pitching staff as we speak, Libator and McGreevy are the two for sure guys who will be in that rotation. Anybody else you would bank on as we speak? Would you say, I saw enough of Kyle Leahy, I think he can extend, he's going to be in the rotation? How do you see it?
I think you saw enough of him that he's going to go to spring training with a chance to be in the rotation. And I think that also kind of depends on what other moves that they make, anybody else that they bring in. But right now, without the luxury of knowing what those moves are going to be, I think he goes to spring training with a chance to start, depending on how he pitches next spring.
All right, I know you're working on a doozy of a story on our new president of baseball operations, Chaim Bloom. Give us a little appetizer. Give us something that, hey, we're going to be interested to hear about this angle of Chaim.
Yeah, just his background, just kind of who he is. Talked to a lot of different people that he's worked with over the years in different organizations and even outside of baseball, and just kind of what makes him tick, and just kind of a little bit more of a personal side of who he is. Yeah, it'll be coming the next few days, but obviously the news today of the press conference will be out shortly as well on STLSportsPage.com. But the bigger in-depth piece is coming here in a few days.
I can't wait to read it. I know he was a crappy baseball player as a kid, and Darren Dalton was his hero. That's about all I know. But great stuff as usual, Rob. Thank you so much. We'll be reading.
All right, Frank. Thank you.
All right, that's Rob Raines. We'll take a break. Howard Balzer when we come back.
Do you have the option to control your cash flow and wealth? Are you getting a return on your greatest asset, your lifetime and potential generational income? Overcome these critical financial planning challenges by discovering the Control Option Mindset featuring the Lifetime and Generational Income Maximizer. Call Mark Benson and his team at The Control Option at 314-432-9540 or online at thecontroloptionmindset.com.
Your biggest choice in home restoration is who do you trust with your home, your most valued asset? Few can match Banner Construction's experience and dedication to excellence. Banner is an elite preferred James Hardie contractor and Pella Window specialist. Restoration is a one-time opportunity to have Banner's design team show you architectural options to make your home the neighborhood showcase. Call for a free consultation, 314-569-1050. And have a banner day.
Congratulations to John Beal Roofing. Want to give them a shout out. They've been a sponsor of the show through thick and through thin for coming up on 20 years. And their message has remained the same all these 20 years. Make sure you call someone local. With all the storms that have been in the area over the last couple of months, it's been busy, and a lot of out-of-towners are coming in. They sure are nice, but you know what? They'll take half your money, and you never see them again. Somebody from the insurance industry told me, make sure you call local. I told them I was well-schooled. John Beal Roofing will guarantee you the best price. They'll work with your insurance company and make sure you get the claim you deserve to fix it and fix it right. Roofing, siding, gutters, all storm damage, John Beal Roofing will take care of it. Keep it local and keep it John Beal. Keep it in the family for 20-plus years. John Beal Roofing, 1-800-NEW-ROOF or johnbealroofing.com.
Tired of ads interrupting your favorite news podcast? Good news. Ad-free listening on Amazon Music is included with your Prime membership. Yeah, stay up to date on everything newsworthy with podcasts like The Daily, Up First, and 5 Things, uninterrupted at amazon.com/ad-free. Just head to amazon.com/ad-free to catch up on the latest episodes without the ads.
Stay connected with the Big 550 KTRS, streaming 24/7 online at KTRS.com or on the KTRS app.
Powered by JBL Financial.
Stream Straight Talk on Retirement every Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Lombardo's family of restaurants features 3 of the best restaurants in St. Louis. Carmine's Steakhouse in the Drury Plaza between the Gateway Arch and the ballpark, featuring prime steaks aged 30 to 45 days. Lombardo's Trattoria, located directly under the wheel at Union Station, featuring handmade calzones, veal chops, and award-winning toasted ravioli. And Lombardo's Restaurant, located across from Lambert Airport, features the same award-winning toasted ravioli and hearty pastas. For hours and directions, go to lombardosrestaurant.com.
Got gold? Get green at Jewels on Hampton. Jewels on Hampton pays the most for your precious metals, jewelry, gems, currency, antiques, and collectibles. Jewels on Hampton buys precious and semi-precious gems and stones, scrap gold, and sterling silver. Jewels on Hampton buys and sells paper money, wristwatches, and pocket watches. They even take pianos and cars. To sum up, bring your gold chains, bracelets, rings, coins, dental gold, and more to Jewels on Hampton, 4506 Hampton Avenue in St. Louis. And get green. Online at jewelsonhampton.com.
Football is back, and Underdog is the best place to select entries and win money all season long. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just choose whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Sign up with promo code FRANK550 to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Underdog. Make plays. Win money. Must be 18 and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the Press Box with Frank Cusimano on the Big 550 KTRS.
Powered by the Control Option.
Welcome back to the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. On Tuesdays, we talk with the great Howard Balzer on the NFL. H, good to be with you, and we have a story about an ex-Rams player to begin with. You teased this very well in our texting.
Yeah, and it revolves around first Jackson Dart, who, of course, made his first start of his NFL career on Sunday in the Giants' big victory, and a good, obviously an important win for them. And so what Jackson Dart did, Frank, he became the first quarterback in 22 years to make his first start a winning start against a team that was 3-0 or better at the time of the game. Do you have any idea who that other quarterback might have been 23 years ago?
So that would be 2002, correct? Okay, let me go Mark Bulger.
You got it.
Oh.
Right there it is. And, yep, he started against the Oakland Raiders.
Yes, at the Dome, right?
At the Dome, yeah. Kurt Warner was hurt. I believe that Jamie Martin was the backup at the time, and then he was hurt. And so the Rams had to go with Mark Bulger, and he lit it up that day. The Raiders were 4-0 and had a big win. I probably should have looked it up so I would have
he had a 50-yarder, didn't he?
I think so. I think so. He had a bunch of big. I'll have to look it up. But yeah, and so the Rams beat the Raiders that day, and Bulger's. So it wasn't as a rookie. Obviously, Bulger had been with a team, before the Rams, and so Darts, of course, was a rookie. Bulger's was just his first career start in the NFL. So Mark Bulger naming the news a little bit because of what Jackson Dart was able to do in that win for the Giants on Sunday.
Great trivia. And H, you knew Mike Martz as well as anybody, and I love the way he would make these, overstatements, sometimes almost kind of ridiculous. Remember when he said Kirk Farmer is just like one of the great quarterbacks I've ever seen? But how about when, I remember him telling me on camera, well, Mark does things that Kurt just can't do. And I think it was during that rough stage with Mike Martz and Brenda Warner, and Kurt was hurt. And Bulger, let's face it, he came out of the gates roaring. He was unbelievable.
He was, and he played a lot of good football for the Rams. In fact, the next season was when Kurt got hurt again. That was the game where he had the concussion against the Giants in Week 1, and Bulger came in, and the Rams, I believe they were 12-4 that year with Bolger starting, the last 15 games, and then of course had that double overtime playoff loss against the Panthers. But yeah, he played a lot of good football, and so heck, I remember the season when Scott Linehan came in as head coach, and the offensive line was healthy, and Steven Jackson had taken over for Marshall Faulk, and you still had Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt, and Bolger passed for over 4,000 yards. Jackson, had over 2,000 yards combined from scrimmage. It was pretty good offense, but then things fell apart. The offensive line did, and a lot of other things. But man, Bolger took a beating at times when he wasn't getting the protection from the offensive line. In fact, I remember one year, it might have been that year where everything kind of fell apart. I just remember one year seeing him at practice on a Wednesday, the first Wednesday of the week after a game, where he wasn't sacked that many times, but he was just relentlessly hit play after play after play. And he's walking around the locker room in shorts and nothing else. His upper body was one big, big red spot almost. There was just welts everywhere. It was just unbelievable. I think those are the things we don't see. Fans don't see. Media, for the most part, doesn't see, how much these players really just get beat up in games on Sunday, and many times it takes them until Wednesday before they're just feeling right and feeling any kind of decency physically. So, like I said, he played some pretty good football, for the Rams, and got unjustly, I thought, criticized at times, but pretty solid quarterback. I'm obviously not putting him in the class of some great ones, but when they had the offense and the protection and the other players around them, he was a pretty good quarterback.
Let's stay with the Rams. He's not going to win the MVP because wide receivers don't, but this beginning by Puka Nacua, there are 4 games in. He's got 42 catches for 503 yards. It's 100 more yards than the next best wide receiver in the NFL. And he's one of these great Les Snead, I think a 4th-round pick. What a player.
Yeah, I mean, and just so consistent, week after week. It's pretty remarkable. Now, obviously, he's had consistency with his quarterback being there, with Matthew Stafford and all that. And I saw a number the other day. I mean, his 100-yard games, I don't recall the exact number, but he's had over half of the games that he has played in the NFL, over half of them have been 100-yard games. I mean, he's just he just has this night. He doesn't get deep a lot. He's not necessarily a deep threat, but he just has an incredible knack for getting open, and Stafford always knows where he's going to be, and he finds them like you're saying, very often.
Reports of Patrick Mahomes' demise greatly exaggerated. 25 of 37, 270, 4 touchdowns, 0 picks.
Yeah, exactly. And here's some numbers of another guy on that team, which they really missed in the previous games of the season. Xavier Worthy got injured on the 3rd play of their season opener, and then missed the rest of that game, missed the next 2 games. And then he was back on Sunday, and he had 5 receptions, 83 yards with a long of 37, and 2 rushes for 38 yards with a long of 35. So they have the ability to use him in a variety of ways in the offense. And so there's 120 yards from scrimmage, in that game. And so the Chiefs, started becoming the team that we know that most of the time they're capable of. And now, Frank, they've got 2 more games. That's it, without Rashee Rice, who's serving an NFL suspension. So when he comes back from that and gets back into football shape to go along with Worthy, then I don't think the Chiefs are going to have too many issues the rest of the season.
I think we're in agreement, H, that the Philadelphia Eagles have the best roster in the NFL. And here's like a case in point. Jalen Hurts is the quarterback of a team that's 4-0, that's scoring some points, and yet this season he's only thrown for 600 yards in 4 games. I mean,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, there's been a certain amount of inconsistencies, and but it is early. But I mean, heck, 2 games ago against the Rams, they fell behind early, and they were pretty bad in the first half, and then he came back with a great second half, and they came from behind to win. Then this past Sunday, he was really good in the first half, and then 0 for 8 in the second half of a game that, of course, they won. So they are very talented. They did lose, Lane Johnson. He's playing a little bit, banged up, the excellent right tackle, and having a little trouble getting A.J. Brown the ball. But, yeah, they're a very talented team, and he hurts teams as much running the football as he does passing it. So, right now, you obviously can make the argument they're the best in the NFC, but I still think there's going to be a big argument come from the Lions on that one. But very good team, very good quarterback, obviously, but need to be a little more consistent through 4 quarters, I think.
What do you make of the Jaguars? 3-1. They're loaded with St. Louisans in their front office. We've all been waiting for Trevor Lawrence to make the next step in his career. He's been good, but not great. I mean, it's still just 5 touchdowns and I think 4 picks. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, it's a good story so far with the new coach, Liam Cohen, and they're 3-1 and putting themselves in a good position in a division that has some teams struggling, obviously. The Colts got off to a good start, then they got a loss. Texans were 0-3, then they finally got a win. But the Jaguars have put themselves at least in position to be competitive with this the rest of the season. Now we know how things can change, Frank, in the NFL. But, Lawrence has been healthy. They've been getting a pretty good running game, and the defense has been playing really well. And so they're playing seems to be playing with a little more urgency, a little more, getting after it. And that's really helped them through this first almost quarter of the season.
So we saw an intriguing game on Sunday night with the Packers and Cowboys playing to a 40-40 draw. And I like the fact that both teams have a chance to get the ball in the new overtime rules. That's great. I'm wondering if we need a little more than 10 minutes on the clock. What do you think?
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that since Sunday. And there haven't been that many times where the whole 10 minutes have gone off. Certainly it happens, but there's not that many ties. There's not that many overtimes in the NFL, but certainly changing the rule to doing it this way can lead to more of those situations where in the past, if you scored a touchdown, if the team scored the touchdown in the first possession, the game was over. But there certainly have been a lot of times where a team wouldn't score a touchdown and scored a field goal, the next team got the ball, but most of the time you don't have that 10-minute period run out right upon the time of the second score. So I think there'll be some discussion of it in the offseason of maybe, making it 15 minutes with the belief that there's not going to be that many times where it goes 15 minutes. And, thinking back, Frank, the reason it was changed from 15 to 10, because that's the way it used to be for the overtime period. And I forget the exact game, but there was a game that went really long. And what ended up happening is one of the teams playing in the game that went overtime had to come back and play on Thursday. And so they want to avoid those situations where the game gets too long and players are out in the field too much, and that can lead to some issues, with injuries and players getting tired. But like I said, I think there will be discussion about it, and it's certainly possible that it could happen, knowing, like I said, there's not going to be that many times where it actually comes into play during a season.
Final quick thought. So much for the Lions really missing Ben Johnson. You look at the stats of Jared Goff. It's over 900 passing yards, 9 touchdowns. I think they're really trying to send a message too. I mean, I know they respected Ben Johnson, but hey, it's about the Lions organization, the Lions players. We can replace an OC.
Yeah, and that's and the other thing is too, they lost to a good Green Bay team in Week 1, and a lot of times offenses especially are a little behind the 8 ball when the season starts. And the bigger thing to me, and granted, you do have to adjust to a new coordinator, which they had to adjust to on defense also. But the other thing is they had some changes in the offensive line, and that was the big thing. And when you get into week one, where those guys, that offensive line just hasn't played all that much. They've been in pads a little bit in practice, but not in game situations. And I think that played a part in week one. Well, that line now has played together for 4 games. When you look at all that offensive talent that they have with throwing the ball, running the ball, and all those things, this is just certainly overall one of the better offenses in the NFL. So, those who thought, there were a lot of people who thought, the Lions would be one of those teams that, falls out and maybe doesn't even make the playoffs. I never believed that. I obviously still don't. And I have to believe that they're going to be one of the teams really making a run at the end of the season when the postseason rolls around.
H, great stuff as usual. We'll talk next week. Thank you, sir.
Look forward to it, Frank. Take care.
All right, that's Howard Balzer. From the NFL, we go to college football. Now, Mizzou has the week off, but we thought it would be a good time to get together with the best player on the squad right now.
Congratulations to John Beal Roofing. Want to give them a shout out. They've been a sponsor of the show through thick and through thin for coming up on 20 years. And their message has remained the same all these 20 years. Make sure you call someone local. With all the storms that have been in the area over the last couple of months, it's been busy, and a lot of out-of-towners are coming in. They sure are nice, but you know what? They'll take half your money, and you never see them again. Somebody from the insurance industry told me, make sure you call local. I told them I was well-schooled. John Beal Roofing will guarantee you the best price. They'll work with your insurance company and make sure you get the claim you deserve to fix it and fix it right. Roofing, siding, gutters, all storm damage, John Beal Roofing will take care of it. Keep it local and keep it John Beal. Keep it in the family for 20-plus years. John Beal Roofing, 1-800-NEW-ROOF. Or johnbealroofing.com.
Elevate your home with stunning lighting from Metro Lighting.
Shopping for a gorgeous chandelier for your dining room?
Need a new table lamp?
Or lighting your entire dream home?
Our certified lighting specialists are here to help.
Locally owned with 6 convenient locations.
An amazing selection of lighting for any style and budget.
And all at the guaranteed best price.
And did you know?
Metro Lighting is a great source for furniture, art, and home decor too.
Metro Lighting.
Full of bright ideas for your home.
Everybody loves good barbecue, and everybody wants to know where the next great barbecue place is. And if you're looking for an overnight sensation, it's only taken them 10 years. 3 Bay Barbecue and Bakery, Woods Mill and Clayton Road. There is a gas station, West County Phillips 66 gas station. In that gas station, in the back for 10 years, some of the best barbecue in town. Bring a friend and spread the word. 3 Bay Barbecue and Bakery. Don't forget about the bakery. 3baybarbecueandbakery.com.
Let's go.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This is the Press Box with Frank Cusimano on the Big 550 KTRS.
Powered by the Control Option.
Our trailblazer of the week leads America in rushing. He's Mizzou's Ahmad Hardy with 730 yards. Let's check in with him right now. Ahmad Hardy, when you hear you are #1 in rushing in America, what do you think?
I mean, it's a great feeling. It's something I always dreamed of. It's something I always wanted to do. And I just give it to the guys up front that's helped me get there, all my old linemen. So I'm just grateful and I'm happy right now.
Who was your running back hero growing up?
Marshawn Lynch.
Why?
I mean, the way he ran the ball, I just like the way he ran over people. And I also like his personality. Not exactly what he did, but he always was himself. And I'm that type of guy. I'm a country guy, and that's what I do, and I just be myself.
Is it true that you actually like blocking as much as you like running the football? You're the first running back to ever say that.
Yes, sir, I do. I don't mind blocking. It's literally whatever helps the team win. So if they help the team win, then I'm gonna try to do and be the best at it.
You have that great statistic about running after contact, yards after contact. I'm wondering why that is so important to you, and do you like that first collision?
Yeah, so my uncle always told me, like, an okay running back, he make people miss, but a great running back, he never gets tackled by the first person. So I just try to make sure the first person never tackle me, and then, or the second one. Really, the first two people, I try to make them miss. And then I know if I make the first two miss, then I have a chance of getting positive yardage.
Tell me about why you love the horses, and do you have one?
Yes, sir. I had 3 of them, Chaotic, Jet, and Coco. And I've been loving horses since I was like 12. My grandpa showed me a picture of me and him riding in the arena when I was like 4 or 5, and I didn't remember it. And then I was scared of horses when I was 12, and when I was about 14, I was riding by myself. Now, when I ride horses, everything just go away. No matter if it's a bad day or a good day, just relax my mind and I have fun.
Sum up what this season has meant to you so far and to blow up on the national stage.
It just gave me another chance to prove myself, just like coming out of high school, 0-star recruit, putting myself out there, proving myself that who I really am and where I belong. I always thought I belonged in the SEC, and I'm here now, and I'm just trying to do my best and show the world who I am and show the world that I'm a team player and that no matter where I go or where I'm at, that I can build that bond and help my team win.
From Mizzou football, we move to Mizzou basketball. Earlier, I had a chance to get together with the head coach of the Tigers, Dennis Gates. Big brothers and big sisters has always meant a lot to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I just remember those days growing up when your parents work hard, late hours. It was organizations like Big Brothers, Big Sisters that helped me along the way. Inspiration, activity, but also the leaders within those organizations that gave their time, which is the most precious gift you can give a person is time. It set examples out for me. And I'm here absolutely as the Witten family head men's basketball coach, but I'm a human first that's responsible for young people. And the young people I coach, I'm gonna win games, but I'm also gonna develop humans and young people into leaders.
My favorite line from you is when you're recruiting a player and you say something like, if I'm not invited to your wedding in 5 or 6 years, then I have failed as a basketball coach. So with that said, I know you can't talk about individual players, but it's no secret. I can. Mizzou has the #1 recruiting class in America. When you hear something like that, you think what?
When I hear about that, I think about our support along the way. I look at the many of fans that sacrifice time and gift to be in the arena. That makes a difference when you're out there recruiting any student athlete or somebody's looking from the outside into your program. We have shown the ability last season to defeat 3 top 5 programs, one being a national champion, the other being Alabama, the other being #1 Kansas at that time. Those things add up, and then the visuals of SEC Network, ESPN, and guys like you, Frank, guys like you, being able to tell our narrative. It does not just fall on my shoulders, it's collective, and that collective adds to the momentum.
An unexpected Tigers upset.
And it adds to the front door and the window that these young people who are making decisions, their families who are making decisions, their support system who's making decisions, and they look back and say, I want to be a part of that. Tamar Bates said it best after the Kansas game in absolute bedlam after the court was rushed. Why choose another place? Big-time basketball can be played here at Mizzou.
Take off your humility shirt for just one moment.
Oh, Frank, can I really
tell
do
me,
that?
Tell me one thing, though, that you do well. I mean, all those things are factors, but what are you doing well?
What I do well from the standpoint, and I've always been gifted in it, I build relationships. And my relationships are real and authentic. There's nothing fake about it. There's nothing fake about our conversations. There's not anything fake about my love and my level of friendship. I genuinely care for people. And if I lead with my care and my love first, the relationship is going to go beyond this part of their life. It's going to expand to that wedding. It's going to expand to that transition when they decide to retire. I want to be the first call. It's no different than when I just saw you. I asked about your daughter. I asked about your grandchild. It's at the end of the day, Frank, what it is. And I believe I see your enthusiasm when you talk about sports, but you have a different enthusiasm when you talk about your family.
Talent level, what does this squad look like to your others?
Well, I think this is one of the most talented pound-for-pound teams that we've had. Ant Robinson is a completely different player than he was last year. Mark Mitchell is a completely different person than he was last year. Trent Pierce has gotten better. Jacob Cruz has gotten better. I've seen guys get better. So this team will be a better team when it comes down to size for position, as well as one of the tallest teams in the country. So I want that to expand into our rim protection, our field goal percentage, but also our shot blocking ability. That can, no different than we've initiated our offense with steals. I want to see some block shots initiate our offense. In years past, we had great teams. This can only happen after we're going through that journey. So I want to see who we become at the end of the year, and if we can really attain the goals that we set out. We want to go to the Final Four. We want to win a national championship. We want to win SEC championships. So along the way, we have checkpoints, and I truly believe this team is a talented team. We just have to continue in this preseason, galvanize in that direction, and I'll have a better answer for you a little bit later, Frank.
Doesn't look like it does, but
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Growth by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
The Big 550 is here for you. To voice your opinion, chime in on the subject on air, and talk about whatever you want. It's the 9 a.m. open hour with McGraw.
Hey, McGraw, I don't agree with you all the time, but I respect your opinion.
He wants your feedback.
Girl, I love your 9 o'clock hour. You listen to everybody.
And interaction.
McGraw, I love your 9 o'clock hour and how you interact with the listeners.
If you can get a word in edgewise.
2 ways to get in touch. Text at 84126 or call in at 314-931-5877. The 9 a.m. hour with McGraw. It's all about you on the Big 550 KTRS, where St. Louis comes to talk.
Lombardo's family of restaurants features 3 of the best restaurants in St. Louis. Carmine Steakhouse in the Drury Plaza between the Gateway Arch and the ballpark, featuring prime steaks aged 30 to 45 days. Lombardo's Trattoria, located directly under the wheel at Union Station, featuring handmade calzones, veal chops, and award-winning toasted ravioli. And Lombardo's Restaurant, located across from Lambert Airport, features the same award-winning toasted ravioli and hearty pastas. For hours and directions, go to lombardosrestaurant.com.
Do you have the option to control your cash flow and wealth? Are you getting a return on your greatest asset, your lifetime and potential generational income? Overcome these critical financial planning challenges by discovering the control option mindset featuring the lifetime and generational income maximizer. Call Mark Benson and his team at the Control Option at 314-432-9540 or online at thecontroloptionmindset.com.
Across Missouri, designated child care providers are introducing children to a variety of fun and free activities through the Missouri Move Smart program. With this program, providers create environments where children and caregivers are physically active and healthy as they learn, work, and play. Parents, ask your child care provider about their participation in Move Smart. Child care providers, boost the health and well-being of the children in your care by becoming a Move Smart recognized program. Sign up at health.mo.gov/MoveSmart.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. St. Louis winters don't mess around, and neither should you. When those freezing temps hit, the last thing you want to do is discover your furnace isn't up to the job. That's why now is the perfect time to call Premier Heating and Cooling. Their certified technicians will give your system a full checkup, making sure it's safe, efficient, and ready to keep your family warm all season long. Think of it like an oil change for your car. A little preventative care now saves you from big, expensive breakdowns later. Plus, a tuned-up system runs more efficiently, which means lower energy bills when the cold really sets in. So don't wait until you're shivering under 3 blankets. Schedule your heating inspection today with Premier Heating and Cooling. Excellent rating with the Better Business Bureau. So many of their new customers are referred by happy customers like me. PremierHeatingCooling.net, 636-916-1122.
Now it's time for the High School Athlete Spotlight.
Brought to you by Lombardo's Family of Restaurants.
Welcome back to the Control Option Press Box on the Big 550 KTRS. Let's talk a little high school football. Larry Frost had a terrific career at Clayton and at Kirkwood. He is with the Tom Lombardo football chapter, and they sponsor our Athlete of the Week. Coach, great to be with you. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Frank. How are you today?
Everything's wonderful. Let's talk about our Athlete of the Week. Tell us who.
Well, it's Cohen Stark. He's from Northwest High School. He's a quarterback, and he only rushed for 202 yards and threw the ball 214 yards for a total of 5 touchdowns. Quite a performance, but he's also quite a young man. He's an 11th grader. I talked to Coach Gerling there, and so he's got another year. But this young man is also a 2-time state qualifier in wrestling. He's also a qualifier in the state track meet throwing the javelin. So he's quite an athlete. He's also a good student, Frank. He's got a 3.96 GPA, which in my career in high school, that was my accumulation for all 4 years. 3.96. He's got it in 1 year. So,
Coach, I got to ask you, in all of your years of coaching, you've probably never heard of a quarterback / wrestler. Quarterback / point guard, quarterback / pitcher, but not quarterback / wrestler. What a unique blend.
Yeah. He's got to be a good, hard-nosed, well-disciplined youngster to do that. And then also do what he does in track. I mean, he's got to be a great athlete, a good performer, a young man that you'd want on your team, maybe about 5 more of them. You know?
Yeah. Do we know anything about height and weight, roughly? How big, how fast?
No, didn't get all that information, and I haven't seen him, but he's probably average, around 6-ish, I guess, 5'11", 5'10", somewhere in there. I don't know for sure. I didn't check that with Coach Gerling. I just got, after he told me about the state qualifier in wrestling 2 years, and then the state qualifier in track throwing the javelin, I was kind of blown away with that. So not quite sure how big he is, but he's got to be quite an athlete to do what he's doing.
Yeah, that's amazing. And then when you see those stats of these quarterbacks, and I don't know if we've discussed it before, but a long time ago, you didn't have the 4 wide receivers on every play. And, quarterbacks rarely taking the snap, directly from center. Everybody's, just throwing the ball all over the place. How does an old school coach like you feel about that? And I imagine you adapted to that later in your career, too.
Yeah, I think, especially in high school, Frank, you've got to do what you can do with the talent you have. And I think the coaches that are successful year in, year out, they have a certain offense they run, certain defense, but they're also willing to make changes and adjustments depending on their talent. But yeah, nowadays it seems like everybody is got the wide outs, 4 wide, throwing the ball over the place. The quarterback's running as well as throwing. They try to get their best athlete there at quarterback in making it work, and pretty much it looks like it is. I've got 4 or 5 kids here that got very tremendous stats each week, and any of them could be our spotlight athlete of the week.
Final thought, why is it important to the Tom Lombardo football chapter to promote high school football in the region?
Well, the Tom Lombardo chapter, National Football Foundation that's their primary goal is to promote amateur football in our area, and we're one of the largest chapters, one of the best chapters in the country. We're up there in the top 5, I think, on what we get done, providing so much money for the youngsters and scholarships. in trying to bring more, I guess, publicity to the high school level. They just do a great job of doing that, and so that's why it's important to promote these youngsters and let the public know about them a little bit more than they do. So I'm very, very proud to be part of the chapter. Tom Lombardo Sr. is now our head man, and the Lombardo family have done a great job of working with us and also helping the Metro Football Coaches Association. They've been willing to partner with us and doing some great things for us in the Metro Coaches Association as well, Frank.
Coach, great to hear your voice. We'll talk next week. Thank you so much.
You take care, Frank. Thank you.
All right. That is Larry Frost with the Tom Lombardo football chapter.
That was the High School Athlete Spotlight, brought to you by Lombardo's Family of Restaurants. For locations and hours, go to lombardosrestaurants.com. When you send a text to the Big 550, do you wonder if we see all of them?
Of course we do.
We do pay attention and love your interaction on the Big 550.